they are the biggest segment of the population that needs to really be tapped into so that we get this development that we aspire to achieve going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the Gen Z, the youth. Karo Ndegwa, how have you been able to overcome cultural barrier on the issue of land?
Okay, so as I said earlier yesterday, I have been using my father's land, but I have also been able to acquire land through leasing. So that is exactly how I've been able to to acquire land to use for my agricultural use.
Thank you. County Director of Agriculture, Kakamega. How have you been able to advance the issue of lack of land for the youth in the Kakamega County?
Thank you. I say that we have an innovation that through partnership we were able to come up with a guideline on how to lease land, and it is quite involving. It involves a committee which has the administrator.
To unlimited volume of information. Unlike in the past where they had to rely on somebody to bring the knowledge to them, now they have the knowledge themselves and they can be able to iterate it each and every other day to be able to come up with better and more productive ways of seizing the markets that they are interested in. They can be able to connect to markets, they can be able to connect to improvement products much easier than before. But they need initiative to be able to seize the information that is available. Improve their incomes, not only to have employment, but to have meaningful and gainful employment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, you have helped me do the recap without deliberating. So can we clap for ourselves? Thank you very much.
Body in Kenya and started its operations in 1974. We are under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, that is MITI. And our operations are guided by the strategic plan, yearly performance contract with the government. And we operate an integrated infrastructure that encompasses standards metrology, conformity assessment, all under one organization. Next slide. So briefly, we have standards development, which basically entails development of standards, which is triggered either by the consumers, regulatory bodies, industry, so that it is able to standardize a product or a process. Metrology and testing refers to calibration of measuring and monitoring equipment. And testing refers to testing of products, food products, chemical, electrical, civil. Training, we also have a department known as NQI, National Quality Institute. On our website, we offer trainings throughout the whole calendar year. So for this year, you can see all the trainings that are relevant to MSMEs. Conformity assessment is where I work at. And this basically involves product certification, that is for the products that are accessing the markets. And inspection is for the border points, where we have goods coming in and they're subjected to some pre-inspections before they access the market. Lastly, we have system certifications. I'm sure for those who are exporting and those who are also in the local market, you've heard of a number of ISO standards, QMS, FSMS, EMS, ISMS, and many others. Next slide. So when we talk of a standard, I had Even in the education sector, we have standards, but in the industry sector, we have something known as a standard, which is simply a technical guide on how to make a product safe, efficient, and compatible with others. So we have standards for products across the sectors. For example, we have a standard for sifted maize meal. We have a standard for electrical appliances, a water heating system. We have a standard for cement. We have a standard for wooden poles intended for fencing. We have a standard for poles used, the steel rods used in construction. So we have standards across all the sectors. And how do we develop standards? You can move to the next slide. We have members of technical committees. So a technical committee is comprised of a number of persons from these many names you can see here. So we have renowned experts. So for example, we have Agatha, who is an expert in the agricultural sector, fresh produce. So when we want to have a standard that is going to be developed or revised, it is open for them to apply, to become members, and their input is taken in whenever the meeting takes place. We have government agencies. For example, when we developed a standard KS 1758 for the horticulture industry, definitely AFA was represented. They are the owners of this document, and they are the ones who are implementing it. But KEBS serves as a secretariat, and also being the national body that is the custodian of all developed standards, we must be the secretariat. We also have research institutions, so that means academia. We cannot do without the profs. They must be present. So we have representation from several academic institutions, University of Nairobi, Egerton, JKUAT, Meru University. So even this product. So you find such agencies have to be present when we are doing this standard. We can't do it alone. We also have corporate consumers. For example, COFEC has to be present when we are doing these documents. Consumer protection bodies, and also the manufacturers. They are the ones who make the product. So why would we specify moisture content levels, acid insoluble ash levels, microbial limits without their presence? They are able to demonstrate to us what is achievable, what is not achievable when that product is being developed. Next slide, please. So KEBS runs a product certification scheme. This is guided by our Act, the Standards Act, CAP 496, Section 10, where it requires that all products being manufactured locally and sold in Kenya must bear a standardization mark. So the KEBS product certification scheme has been accredited to ISO IEC 17065 by KENAS, which simply means it's a standard for requirements for bodies certifying products and services. So this is an internationally recognized standard, and it is what our certification body has been certified to. Next slide. So what do we mean by product certification? It is a third-party attestation giving confidence to consumers that this product has met relevant safety and quality requirements. And because of this process, when we say we are a third party, it means we are not related to the manufacturer. We have no financial interests in this process. And our objective, as guided by the government, is to make sure that this product is safe for the consumers. Next slide. So this is the mark that we are administering for locally manufactured products. It's called the standardization mark. It's valid for 2 years. Currently, we are issuing the permit for 2 years. Next slide. And then we have the food fortification logo. This is restricted to a certain group of commodities. That is the flour, the wheat flour, the maize flour, and the edible fats and oils. And it is also valid for 2 years. And the custodian of this mark is the Ministry of Health. So they give us the mandate to do the assessment of these farms who are making these products, issue the fortification logo on their behalf. But they still have mandate and supervision of this logo, and in the market they also do surveillance to check if these products are containing the required fortificants that are to be put in the product. For example, for flour, the requirement is that they fortify the products with vitamin A, iron, and zinc. For edible fats and oils, they fortify with vitamin A. Next slide. The third mark is the diamond mark of quality. This is a voluntary mark of quality. The first two were mandatory marks of quality. So this mark is valid for 4 years, and we have a set of criteria that the manufacturer needs to fulfill, which are higher in terms of requirements as compared to the standardization mark, and is valid for 4 years. So for this one, one of the most important requirements is you should be implementing a management system, whether it's quality management system, food safety management system. You should be implementing a management system as a prerequisite. Next slide. So what are the benefits of product certification? Number one, confidence to consumers, regulatory, and also industry. When your product bears this mark, it tells the rest that you have met a certain set of criteria and your product will deliver the same expectations as those others that are on the shelf. It also tells the regulators that you have met a criteria you are subjected to and you qualify to be in the market. Another benefit is fair trade practices and competition. So the toilet paper being made by someone in Nakuru and another one in Nairobi, another one in Pokot, if all standardized, it means they access the market fairly. No one is discriminated. Another benefit, consumer acceptance of Kenyan products at national level, that is at the country level. Regional level, that is EAC. If you're aware, we are members of the East African community. And you're able to access the East African market. So when we talk of East Africa, we are talking of a number of countries: Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, South Sudan, Somalia, Congo. So you can see the benefits of getting this mark of quality. And also at international level, currently at continental level, we are having something known as ACFTA, African Free Continental Trade. So that means the African continent has determined that we need to have trade across our continent and reduce the barriers that would make it difficult for me to make my product in Kenya and export it to Angola. So through the SCFTA, we have a body known as ARSO. That is Africa Regional Standardization Organization. What does this mean? It means that through that organization, we are now to you as a manufacturer. It means now It also raises the level of product quality awareness. This simply means for you to have an idea on a certain product, when you seek certification services, you are now educated on what are the requirements. So that even as you trade with this product and you're asked a number of questions by consumers or possible business partners, you're able to give them information that is relevant to your product and with confidence. The last benefit, it reduces incidences of substandard products. So this simply means the more products that get certified, the less substandard products in the market. And basically this ends up in protecting the entire population of Kenya. Next slide. So product certification has a number of steps. We have the application stage, where you are required to have a business registration certificate, KRA PIN. Another stage is evaluation, where a number of questions will be on the portal, and once you answer them, the person who reviews your application will look at the adequacy of the information you've provided. Decision stage is where we have a committee that is separate from the evaluation committee. So the person who did inspection at your site, took samples, is not a member of the decision committee. That ensures objectivity. At this point, these members of the decision committee are reviewing the inspection report findings. Was the premises okay? Did it meet the bare minimum requirements? Was the product tested against the right standard? Did it meet the bare minimum requirements of that standard? And lastly, once your permit has been issued, we have something called a surveillance program. So surveillance means the officer is obligated to conduct a surveillance at your premises at least once a year within the validity period. So this means when you have been given a permit for 2 years, the officer is expected to do at least one annual visit at your site. Why? To confirm that you're still meeting the requirements as you were found to be meeting the initial time, and to also take samples to confirm that the product quality requirements and safety requirements are still that is safe for food production. How do you clean them? How do you maintain them to avoid them wearing and tearing very quickly or ending up with foreign matter in your products? And lastly, the final product. What kind of checks are you doing to it before you confidently seal it and release it to the market? Next slide. So the quality of raw materials determines the quality of your final product. There's a saying that goes, junk in, junk. So for those of us who are in the manufacturing sector, we know the implications of going for cheaper raw material that is not meeting our expectations. Even if we want to make margins in terms of profit, but you will have challenges trying to get a good product from bad raw material. Sio tumekubaliana? For our farmers who are doing the mango value addition, we know if you try to use rotten mangoes, what will happen? You will not achieve the desired product. The consumer will give you a feedback and say, I didn't like your product. If you use a mango that was too raw, haikuwa imeiva vizuri, same thing. Consumer will say that was a bitter mango. I didn't like it. Next slide. So another aspect that is key for consumers is labeling. Why do we label products? A label speaks to the consumer. In your absence, when our products are on the shelves, there is no one there standing next to the shelf and telling the consumer, this is a dried mango. It's your label that talks to the consumer. So what should be on a label? And as you can see, even in the Constitution, under Article 46, it is the right of the consumer to get information necessary for them to make a decision. So they want to buy a product. They want to know, what is it? What does it contain? When was it manufactured? When does it expire? What are the storage instructions? So between Kenya Bureau of Standards and any manufacturer, there is something we know that is documented, known as Scheme of Supervision and Control. So this is a document that is basically a contract between KEBS and any certified manufacturer. It is legally enforceable and simply gives the obligations to both parties. What is expected of KEBS during the certification period, what is also expected of the manufacturer during the certification period. And in this scheme, it informs the manufacturer of all the obligations they need to maintain: record keeping, quality records, quality checks, submission of monitoring reports if required, issuance of samples if required. The contract also informs the manufacturer on the conditions for use of the mark. For example, if we give Lomut a permit for dried mangoes, and Lomut become innovative and say, we want to make mango juice, that contract tells you that the permit is not transferable. That means if Lomut brings in mango juice, you need to do another application, because we need to understand the process, vet it, confirm that the process controls are adequate, and then give you another permit for mango juice. Another condition is if during the certification period you're found not to be meeting requirements and an officer has given you information, has written to you either on email or formally that please note your premises is no longer meeting the requirements of a food industry, you need to address 1, 2, 3, and these are the timelines you're expected to meet. Failure to respond or to implement the requirements allows the Bureau to suspend your permit. Why? As a government institution, we are obligated to protect the consumer first. So if the product is found not to be safe, or the environment in which you're operating is not going to give us a safe product, then we must inform you that we are suspending your permit because of 1, 2, 3. And because of this, you're required to do a corrective action and communicate the same to us so that we can come back and review adequacy of the premises and reinstate the permit if you have met the threshold. Next slide. So we have various avenues of verifying a KEBS permit. The first area is through our website. So we have a place where you get to verify products under the standardization mark. And we also have an app which you can download from the Play Store and type in the permit number, and you'll be able to confirm the validity of a permit. Next slide. So these are the fee structures that we have for our manufacturers. So for this kind of setup, I know we are working with clients between MSME, medium and small. And that is the fee that we charge. So we charge 10,000 for 2 years plus VAT. So that comes to 11,600. And in that 11,600, you have the window of applying for 3 products. So for Lomut, if you have dried mango, you can add 2 more products. And with that fee, you get 3 permits for 2 years. If we have a medium enterprise, they'll pay 20,000 plus VAT, which comes to 23,200 for 3 products. Next slide. Traceability is also something very key, especially in the food sector. And without codes that inform you of which batch you made on which day, then you will have a challenge trying to trace back your product up to the raw material and to the supplier. Next slide. Product recall is also something that any manufacturer should be conversant with and have a procedure on how to do a product recall in the event that you come across a batch that was not meeting customer expectations and you need to bring it back from the market. Next slide. So thank you so much for your time. Those are my contacts for any clarifications.
Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation, Mr. Boy. I think we'll have a couple of questions, and yeah, I can see the investors have raised their hands simultaneously, so they have a lot of questions to ask. I think we can have a microphone around there. We start with the key one back there. Oh, you wanted to speak? I thought you wanted to whisper something to me. Okay. Before they come in. Good.
Before the investors. Thank you, Mildred. To bring you here, you know how difficult it was. I had to go through quite a number of levels. Of course, we expected the MD, but it's good he delegated it to you. These youth you see here, we have been with them, and one of the areas which has been very great is what you are covering here. And I think you should interact with her now that she's a member of this house. You are a member of Tafiti Sera. So you need to handhold them to ensure that they reach the market they need, whether it's domestic or international. You have seen some of their samples. We have come a long way with them, even to have what you can see today. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Let's start with at the back. I think we'll go in that arch that way. Number 1, number 2, number 3. You may be getting a lot of questions, which is a good thing. Yeah, good feedback, the concerns and all that. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam, for the presentation. I'm involved in avocado value chain, and mine is not like a question, but a clarification. In the avocado value chain, where do we start with the certification process? Is it at the nursery level, at the farm level, or during the processing?
Next, let's move to the next, yes.
Morning, everyone. So I have 2 questions. You mentioned about standards, the books. Is it a must that you have them or you can borrow from your friend for reading? And then the second question is, let's say, for instance, I'm doing dried mangoes, and my good neighbor here, she's doing dried mangoes as well. There are different brands, but can I be certified, given that she's already compliant, from our premise, or do I have to to be done from my premise if I'm not really ready and I've been doing production from our place. Okay, thank you.
Let's continue with the questioning. Yeah.
Okay, so my first question goes in terms of the confusion between the regulating bodies. I want to understand what's your relationship with the other regulating bodies, such as HCD, HAFA, and so on. Because sometimes, like us in Vianney Farm, you find the things that you are saying we are compliant, another regulator comes and says it's not compliant. So we have to keep on changing. When another person comes, change this, it's supposed to be white. KEBS comes, change, it's supposed to be blue. Like, how do we address that if you are the national regulating body? And the other one is delay. Apart from the mango drying, I also do animal feeds. So it took me 3 years to follow up for KEBS to certify. I paid in 2021. I got certified in 2023. So what happens? I also raised this in another meeting, Kentrade, where KEBS was, and they said they will fast track. And now my mango KEBS has expired. I need to, to renew. And the process again, it seems now it is 1 month down the line, until for that, and we have paid. It's not that we have not paid. So what is the delay in between? And also the other thing now, like if Vianney Farm, you can't compare it with remote. How does it? What actions are you taking as far as the costs of certification are concerned? Because for a startup, it's good to start with a small fee. And then once they comply, because at that point there's no profit which a company is making, then you can now charge. Maybe you just have like a package for the youth and the startups, and then a package for the gurus in the industry. Thank you.
Next, Romut. Kamama, not.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. I think this is actually, we have been longing to see the KEBS. Lumut deals with mango scripts, green grams, and perhaps when I heard of the fee, the 11,600, are we qualified to add the 3 items?
Thank you. Any other? Let's get all of the questions. Oh, you can respond, then we take another round. Yes.
Maybe if you enter a local retail outlet, you find some products which are packaged and they have the KEBS logos, but you still find others that which doesn't have. Especially the items that are normally repackaged. For example, things like sugar, rice, you go and find them in retail outlets. Some have KEBS logo, others don't. So how do you determine which ones must have the KEBS logo and the ones which doesn't need?
Okay. For the first question, in the avocado value chain, we only come in when you're doing value addition. We don't cover fresh produce. Fresh produce is covered by AFA, and AFA houses HCDA. And KEFIs also come in place when you seek to export those products because of SPS, that is sanitary and phytosanitary. So we only come in when you're doing value addition. For example, avocado oil. If you want to do avocado oil and you want to sell it locally, then you will seek certification from us. However, if you're doing avocado oil that is intended solely for export, then you will not require our certification, because that means you need to meet the requirements of the country you're exporting to. The other question is standards. Is it a must, or do we have, or can we borrow? Well, currently it is a requirement for any manufacturer who is engaging in a certain commodity to have access to the standard. For MSMEs, we are trying to come up with a program, a framework that will enable you to have access to it through our KEBS library, but we have not finalized on the framework. Your second question was with regard to You have a neighbor who has a premises, you have a different brand, you want to get certification. Yes, we have provisions for contract manufacturing. Contract manufacturing simply means that you can apply for certification and indicate that the production site is with company X. What we'll need from you is a contract between yourself and that company, stating that you have given them the contract to make for you this product, and that you, both of you, still take responsibility over the quality and safety of the product. So that is allowed. We have a number of companies who are starting, don't have premises, and we encourage contract manufacturing so that they're able to venture into the market as they try to set up a site for themselves. Eventually, when you get enough capital to set up your site, then you also need to declare to us that now I have a premises of my own, and please come and visit my site. Then we will indicate in the permit that this is now the actual site for your production. The other question, what is the relationship between HCDA and AFA? Like I said, AFA is the body that regulates fresh produce. For us, we come in when you're doing value addition, the dried mangoes. And when it comes to requirements, you'll find that the requirements for AFA, that is HCDA, would be more stringent than ours. Why? Because they are regulating export products. The requirements in the export market are more stringent than what we have in the local market. Not with regard to safety, but expectations of the consumers on the other side. So they'll demand for a lot of documentation and things like that. But I don't think we go to the point of determining the color of the dust coat. What is important is cleanliness of the dust coat. So if you're able to have a dust coat that's clean, and how would you tell a dust coat that is clean? Would it be by using a black dust coat or a white one? How would you tell this is clean if it has the color similar to that of our people in the garage? Si tunajua overall ya mechanics wetu. So their dust coats are navy blue, black. So if you have such a color in your food premises, how would you tell that that PPE is clean? So that is just for you as a manufacturer to determine colors that will enable you to confirm that cleanliness is still being met, even as they wear the PPEs. Because remember, in food production, even a PPE can become a source of what? Contamination. So you may be having a dust coat, but has not been washed for 2 months. And it's still being worn every day to come and slice the mangoes. So how would you know it's clean? Even for dust, for the gumboots, they use white gumboots. Why? No one has specified they must be white, but why do they use white? To confirm that there is cleanliness. Even in your premises, when you're setting up the premises, I don't think you'd use black tiles on your floor. Which color would you use in a premises? Food premises, white. Why? Because it can show when it's clean or not clean. But it's not prescribed anywhere. But it is a color that someone can relate to and say, I can confirm this is clean. Okay, so another comment you had on animal feeds, you applied in 2021, certified in 2023. What we don't have is the what happened, had you passed, had you failed, were there requirements you had not met? And I think that is information we don't need to delve in at this platform. Tutaongea nyuma ya tent. Your other product is the dried mango whose permit has expired. Just a clarification. When did the permit expire? June. When did you apply?
May.
In May. In our scheme of supervision, it says that for renewal of permits, you are encouraged to apply at least 2 months before. Why? Because of the tedious process it takes. Renewal of your permit requires the same process of vetting, inspection, sampling, and testing. Another requirement is that you need to monitor the quality of your product throughout the 2-year validity. So we also acknowledge use of private lab results. So I know for your case, you're not only relying on KEBS test. True or false? So it means you have lab reports from other labs, isn't it? So with those lab reports, you submit them to the officer. We are allowed to use those test reports to renew your permits, as long as they come from accredited laboratories. So to shorten your process, instead of waiting for someone to come and do another sampling and testing, submit a laboratory report so that the renewal process can be shortened. So the charging is done as per your declaration of the expected annual turnover. A requirement of the certification bodies as per ISO IEC 17065 requires that we do not discriminate. So discrimination is when you say, huu ni mdogo, huu ni mkubwa, na tumlipisha kidogo, na huu tumlipisha nyingi. But as you can see, we have used a guide, which is the annual turnover. Annual turnover will say this is a startup, and this is someone who's already established and is already making this amount of capital from their production. So that's what we have been using as a guide to avoid discrimination. Otherwise, when someone says, today I feel small, tomorrow I feel big, then we will run into issues of discrimination and the clients will not be happy. You have also asked for repackaged products. Well, we have a challenge in that sector. Why? Because every day someone is waking up and saying, I want to also repack sugar and rice. But we have a directorate known as market surveillance. Kazi yao ni kutembea kwa soko. And their work is to go around all these retail outlets and look for products that do not have the standardization mark and remove them from the market. So as a consumer, if you know this product has a KEBS mark, this one does not, which one would you prefer to buy? So the consumer actually determines whether that product stays in the market or not. Why? By choice. If you opt to buy a product that has a logo of KEBS, then it means you have made an informed decision that I trust this instead of this. And this person who's repacking a product without certification will finally get out of the market because no one trusts their product. They'll say, this one I don't think it's okay. Let me stick to what has been certified. So we have been having discussions with the public health department where we need to do more consumer education so that they drive the food safety aspect. Consumers currently, based on our economy, our challenges, we opt for products that are cheaper. We don't look at the aspect on safety and quality because of the economic times. But through the consumer awareness programs, we will have consumers driving the industry, saying, we don't trust this, we will only buy this. So that is one of the frameworks we are trying to come up with as a public health. Thank you.
Makofi mingi kwa Mildred. I think we can end it there, isn't it? It can go on and on and on. The rest you can consult behind the tent. Atakuwa nyuma ya tent, so get more information. We want to move on to the next presentation. We are on session 10, from evidence to policy and programs. Feedback on YEC and utafiti sera approach. The main objective is to share lessons and best practices and foster dialogue on translating evidence into effective policies and programs. To facilitate this session is one and only Steve Akoth. Is one husband, isn't it, in the house? House husband. One house husband. Yeah. But they talk about housewives, so easily. We also have house husbands. This is a self-declared house husband. Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you.
For the presentation.
I'm not just self-declared. The best days in my life has been when I didn't have to go to work. I had to be a stay-at-home husband for 2 years. The light workload was good, but there were two problems. I would request for transport, which I would be given an airtime. But the problem is I would be asked, where did you go with the money? And then the airtime question was even more difficult to answer. Who did you call? So being a house husband is very nice, but you have to be able to answer those two questions. Now, there are people who are using expensive phones and expensive computers. I would like you to give me your attention for just 15 minutes only, starting with you, Madam Director, and Your Excellency President. I really want your attention, because we now would like to use your excellent brains to help PASGA. So please make sure your neighbor is with me. Please, please. Thank you very much. And I'll be offering hawk-eyed surveillance. Now, I want to hear stories from some old people here. Now, this story is not prejudice. Madam, let me start with my own. Me, I grew up in Korogosho, in Nairobi. During those days, the hospital that we went to was Karibangi City Council Dispensary. Whenever you entered, and I was always sick because when I went to Ugenya, malaria, you know the problem. So you go there, you get some young man, not very young. Those days it was difficult to know who's young. Mheshimiwa, life now is different. You know, it's easy to know you're young, but there are times when life is so difficult that the young look old. And the old look young because they eat better. So those middle-aged fellows were always writing as you enter their chambers. So ninaumwa na kichwa. Ladies, and they're never slim. And it's not about body shaming, it's just life, how selectively somehow. And you'll get a patient there boiling with needles, syringes. And then you'll told, big ones, you'll told, angalia ukuta. And then before you finish angalia ukuta, toa suruali. And you know, from the ghetto, suruali had a problem because the innerwear was always full of holes. So you have to take the bladder and the trouser and pull it down. And then all of a sudden she appears there with the sponge, rubs your dry butt, injects, achukua, shugua, va suruali. So you don't know what to do, whether to shugua or to va the suruali. Then the card is pointed, chukua, enda nyuma uko, chukua dawa. Was that your experience of medication? I said I will give mine, then I want to hear yours.
Wow, good morning. What an experience. You know, sometimes you look at the people and you think that they fell off from the sky. They don't look like they came from here. But I was born in a place called Roringo in Nyeri. And then when I was 7 years old, my parents relocated to Nyandarua. So I grew up in a village called Ngaindedia. My father bought a piece of land my father was a peasant farmer. He bought a piece of land in Ngaindedia. So about school, I went to a school called Ngaindedia Primary School. And the first time I used to walk 6 kilometers in the morning. And by the standards of those days, my parents were humble, extremely humble. So even affording a blouse and those cold seasons was a problem. So sometimes I would go to school. And you know, sometimes, let me share a very interesting experience. Even those other things that we put on inside there. There used to be a problem. Affording them was a problem. I remember my brother, when, of course, when boys have gone to school and, boys when they were young up to standard 7, they would not put on innerwear. And the girls, sometimes they didn't have it. But the teachers used to check. And you know, they were elastic. Of course, even now they are still elastic. So sometimes we would put on an elastic so that when the teacher is checking, something is bouncing back. Huh? Something is bouncing back. But of course, every time you went to, but of course, when you went to the field to play, people would know. But as we didn't mind anyway, it was normal to stay without. As we didn't mind, we used to wear them for the teacher. Okay? So as when we are playing, even if you see somebody's nakedness, it's okay. I remember my brother when he was in, when he just did his standard 7, that's the time the boys used to get circumcised. And that's the time they would afford to be bought underwear. So my mother goes to the shop now to buy underwear for my brother, and he came home with a panty. It was that serious, but my brother could afford to wear it a little bit until things improve a little bit. So sometimes when you see people here, I want to give hope to those people. They are agripreneurs. Where you are starting, I think you are starting at a very high level. We've come from very far. And your experience about medicine was the same thing. So sometimes we would go to the hospital, Nyahururu Hospital. Same story, so I don't want to repeat it. But the toilets were not good. So your mother would tell you, enda ujisaidia. Enda ujisaidia na hapo. You know, it was that serious. But by the grace of God, I think we are growing. I think systems have been put in place. You know, it's interesting that today, even when you visit towns, you can see a public, toilet. Hata kama unalipa shilingi 10. That's development. I mean, we've come from very far. The very first time I put on shoes was when I was going to Form 1. That's when I was bought a pair of shoes. So every other time when we needed to go for tours in Nairobi, I would borrow a pair of shoes from my mother. Fortunately, we used to wear the same number. Nisaidia na kiatu, tunaenda Nairobi. Tunaenda KICC, tunaenda Parliament. Nisaidia na kiatu. So we've come from very far, but at least God is good. By the grace of God, things are changing in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Nakofi kwa madam. Those two stories are to help you to remember that evidence has not always been used in making decisions, including in clinical interventions. Sometimes you may lie to yourself that clinical interventions have always relied on laboratory evidence. It's not true. I still know, if you read very well, those of you who want to study literature, you'll see how European societies relied on witchcraft for many, many years. The biggest plague of that infested Paris, if you remember, in the 1850s, was cholera. And you know, though Mzungus thought that cholera was caused by an exposure to sunlight. So people who had cholera were carried and put out to sunbath. And they thought that by sunbathing, then they would get healed. Okay? However, with time, a movement emerged, especially in the UK, that suggested that, and this was mainly among the clinical physical sciences, suggested that, look, we have already placed mathematics so high, so we want everything to be algebra-driven. Let us also now state that for every of the elements which interactions we can determine, let us always determine the interactions scientifically before a medical intervention. That is why you saw, even in Kenya, it's only in the 90s, that laboratories have become part and parcel now of many clinical interventions. And right now, I have seen, as I've grown older, I didn't experience it, but I saw with my children that every time we went to Gertrude's, the first thing, lab. Even something I could diagnose. I could tell them, mimi najua shida ya mtoto ni hii. Sema hapana, aende lab. When they come, the result is the same. From what I knew. Because you see, as a parent, especially mothers, will tell you your caregivers are essentially doctors as well. They can tell, they know, and so on. Now, then that movement in natural sciences, more so in clinical sciences, was moved to the public policy life. Now, when they were pursuing it in natural science, I'm missing this lady. Is she Irene or Ruth? Ruth. Faith. I want your attention. I tell you that now you are the MD of Ivana Farmers, but in 10 years' time, you need to have more expertise. So I want you to get this new knowledge so that in 10 years' time, apart from being the MD, so follow this story. So, in the initial years, when clinicians embraced evidence, they used to talk about evidence-based intervention in medical services. Please take note of the word based. Yani evidence ikisema, tunafanya. Evidence ikisema, tunafanya. However, even with them, it became clear that evidence alone is not enough. Take, for example, if you're an SDA, like my friend Jim, there are some medications he will say he won't take, isn't it? Or if you are if you are a Maria like me, no, if it has cocaine, you take all the medicine. Okay, thank you for the guidance. But at least I know that the Jew do not take certain medicine which has certain chemical contents. So you see, the patient's beliefs informs what evidence they take. Are you still with me? Exactly. Me and him, who love alcohol, would like medicine with alcohol. But Patrick, who does not like alcohol, will not take that. You know very well that there are some medicines which have very strong contents of what are otherwise very addictive drug elements. And some of us avoid them. Also for our children. Did you also know that the doctor's expertise informs the kind of evidence they can use? Isn't it? So that even for clinical medicine, evidence cannot be the only factor that informs intervention. So even there we want to say, is it always evidence-based, or is it perhaps safer to just say evidence-informed? Because there are other factors that informs the deployment of that so-called scientific evidence. So when they brought this concept and started pushing it to us in public policy, initially, as is a problem with this country, as many other African countries, we embraced it because mzungu amesema usifanye policy bila research. So that was the story. You know how it goes. My sister didn't tell us how the ISO standard movement sometimes bullies our own KEBS here. But KEBS has grown very well that with time it can flex its muscles. Evidence-based, a challenge even in in natural sciences. Now in social sciences, in public policy, it's even much more a bigger problem. Take for example, in India. In India, the number of public policies that deal with welfare in each state are as much as 20. Each state. But look at the rate of fatalities that are related to social factors like hunger, preventable diseases. So ask yourself, how comes even in these policies, more people keep dying? It's because factors that inform public policies, including in obvious situations, are much more than scientific, numerable evidence. There are other interests, kupiba na kuweka hivi. Like now, this country, there's a debate of how does our parliament make decisions. That debate is out there. I speak with caution because some of you may not do my other job. Let me disclose and don't quote it. Have you stopped the recording? No, it's okay. Do you know I serve in the chaplaincy of Parliament, Catholic members of Parliament? I serve in the chaplaincy. On another day, you can call me, I'm a Catholic. No, I'm not, yes. In the chaplaincy, I'm not the chaplain. I'm not the chaplain. I serve in the chaplaincy. So there is a priest who is the chaplain, and then he has, like the chief of staff, who is me. You can say altar serving is also something I do, but yes. And as a member of the chaplaincy, the key question I keep asking the members of parliament, and unfortunately, I say unfortunately, Catholic members of parliament are the majority in Kenya, but we can't see, in my view, the impact of the Catholicism. That is in my view. So I keep asking them, what informs your voting for a bill? The answers I get I can't disclose here, but some of them the raw consumer of intelligence have since talked about. Apart from what the raw consumer of intelligence talked about, if you go to a parliament today, ask yourself, who serves in what parliamentary group in terms of committee? You will realize that people tend to serve in committees where they have some inherent interest. So therefore, what informs the decisions they make? Often it could be interests. Often. Even you, madam, we are now talking here about opening the trade. I am a supplier of a big supermarket. I only got my supply venture because of extremely ruthless, Kisii-like competition, where I made my competitor feel so hot on the lane that they say, wacha nikuachie hii kidogo. But ordinarily, even in the private sector, the level of corruption is obnoxious. The so-called procurement departments, oh my God. And they are young people. Those procurement departments are not old people. No, they're young people. They come say, letter E. So that the factors that inform public policy, and you see that also affecting the private sector, are not only evidence. There are many other factors. So the origin of this work was to say, how can we make evidence matter more? Matter more. And why is that important for Africa? As you know, and the expert is seated there, and then Balozi has been in the public policies for much more years. After independence, in Kenya, for example, our policies were mainly oriented towards so-called Africanization, isn't it? So the thing was, where there's a white person, put black. Where there is a white emphasis, white criteria, put nationalist criteria, Africanization. No evidence, it was just black, white. After that, we moved to this fake paper. Session paper number 10. At that time, it was praised as a good paper, but it was a very bad paper for anybody who did economics then or even now, because it was a paper which was the manufacture of inequality Because you see, who would believe many years ago that you can have potatoes from West Pokot? Would West Pokot be equivalent to potatoes? No. West Pokot in the colonial era was equivalent to what? Cows, goats, and violence. Don't forget violence. Banditry. Oh, okay. I didn't want to give that name. That was the idea. But where my sister comes from, and you are lucky. Kiambu, Nyandarua, Nahuru. High potential, isn't it? And you can see the implications, what it brought us. Sessional paper number 10. And then you have the crisis in 1979. You remember? The coffee crisis. Coffee crisis, 1979. It was not an African crisis. It was a global market crisis. But those who diagnosed it said it is because the reliance on primary products is become a problem. So a global problem was given a national outlook, wrongfully so. And the consequence was, first of all, remember those who are again her age, his age. You remember the song that was sung in 1969, 68? Mzee kasema turudi mashambani. Even in the 70s. Can you explain to them what the song is?
It was going back to agriculture. Mzee amesema kila mtu turudi mashambani. That's where the money is. That's where productivity took place. So it's a call to go back to the base where we can produce for national development.
Discourage people from coming to the urban,
to the city. Actually, it's also a strategy to discourage, the sprawl of huge population to the cities.
So urbanization was seen as a bad thing. Then we go to the 80s. We know the crisis, the structural adjustment program, and that was a moment when the entire policy work gets shifted to the north, because with IMF intervention, our policy makers almost became policy clerks, because the conditionalities defined the policy path. Then we proceed, 1990s. No reforms, no elections. Policy became a governance issue. Governance issue. The first constitutional reform issue was about rule of law, was about public policy that enhances inclusion. So public policy became a governance issue, 1990s. And you see it moving forward until we get a new constitution, where today our constitution is a public policy charter, for example. And if you've seen the matters going in court, the role of public participation, the role of, my sister talked about non-discrimination. Article 27 of the Constitution is one of the most litigated articles in this country, apart from Article 10, of course. 27, discrimination. So you see that shift. It shows that evidence is not always actually. So we've been pushing for evidence to take. Now, this is a diagram we suggested for that purpose. And today we want to ask you, as experts, I've given you the context. Do you think this diagram makes sense? That's the question I want to put to you. So let me explain it again. My friend Jim, who is better than myself, explained it better, but let me explain it again. It starts with a house. Why a house? We are moving away from policy being a monopoly of experts. That house means exactly that. The world has moved away from where even KEBS, I'm sure, when they define the standards ultimately, they put the pearls. What are the new innovations emerging that ought to inform the standards? That's the meaning of the house, where the experts and all actors can have a unit of conversation. So the house is symbolic as a unit of conversation. Then we argue that when people meet in the house, they don't start from ground zero. There is always something, some know-how, there's some material, ongoing knowledge infrastructure we synthesize it into evidence that can help respond to the question at hand. Take, for example, if I'm asking you a question, and please, I don't belong to any political party. I'm a member of the chaplaincy. We are having so-called affordable what? Housing. Have you heard about them? The other day, I've been told, in my home, Ugenya, where I come from, a place called Ukwala, that they are going to build affordable houses in Ukwala. I've been told I have to go home now because there's a special baraza on Sunday where, as one of the Ukwala people, we are speaking. And the question we want to ask, who needs the houses? In Ukwala. In Ukwala. Evidence. Was there evidence that somebody needs the houses? In Ukwala. Perhaps the evidence could be someone needs to sell cement. Maybe. I'm saying maybe. Or maybe someone needs to sell steel. Maybe. I don't know. But we'll find out. So normally, when the House meets, they do a synthesis. After that, so this synthesis, we normally say, before you choose which route to follow. That's why you see this arrow is dual. These arrows are not idle. Those of you, Dr. from UN, who teaches business, will tell you, these arrows, when you see the arrows pointing you here and here, they're not idle. It's showing you a dual conversation. Isn't it? So that synthesis comes back here. Then it informs, where do we go? If something is good and does need to be made better, you go the short route, make it better, let it fly. If something is completely from ground zero, or requires innovation, sui generis kind of intervention, then you start fabricating it. And I want to give you just one example. Do you know that when Kabe started this house, nobody ever imagined that we can do the kind of value addition for mangoes as we've seen today. I was there. The first meeting we held was at Silver Springs Hotel. At that time, Silver Springs was an important hotel because the president at that time was President Mwai Kibaki. After that, the hotel you see is no longer important. Nowadays, if you are delayed by flight and you can't get the next flight, the airline takes you somewhere near Langata Road. There's a hotel there. I see many airlines taking people there right now. I've seen it as evidence. I don't know why, but I've seen it. Have you seen it? That one. So now, at that time, he had already mapped. They had mapped and said the wastage level was essentially because of the pluck and eat approach. That was the most known approach. Even me, as I was growing up, I only knew a mango, you pluck and you eat. But now, they came to the table and said, no, there is evidence that in many jurisdictions, you can harness income, you can multiply actors, you can multiply opportunities by enhancing longevity before consumption. That evidence was brought to the house, and you can see the product we have today. So that's what the house does. They took a long route, very long route. You can see the result. The other matters where you take a short route. For example, another house was developed under a context where every time a road was built, there was an eviction. But the World Bank has regulations that state that you should have a relocation action plan. But the problem was that that would only happen if the money is from the World Bank. So it was very easy. But the World Bank said, when we leverage US, any road that connects to what we've leveraged, must follow the same standards. And then they say you have no expertise. So the House developed expertise for social safeguard. And Kenya adopted it. Short route, that is done. So the long and the short route depends on what we see. Finally, as part of the schemata, are these two parts. As you very well know, part of the problem we face, not just in this country, even the UN, and Balozi will tell you, is people don't know. So part of what the House also does is to package the policy content and any other material and be able to share it. The young man, two people had movies. There were two short movies that were shown, which were very, very point on. That is part of what we do to package the evidence. Members of Parliament don't do it yet, up to now. Even the county assemblies, I have not seen them giving us, infographics or small videos on how a particular, law or policy is going to enhance particular outcome area. And then you have communication channels. So the House also provides space to think through more innovative communication channels. So this is the idea of Utafiti Sera House. Where did the name come from? As I conclude, after a lot of discussion, one, the late Ken Walibora, after a long conversation, said, so what is the problem? We want to do research, and then what do we want to do with the research? We want it to inform evidence, okay. We want it to inform policy, okay. So policy is Sera, research is Utafiti, so just call it Utafiti Sera. So that's where the name came from. It didn't come from Tanzania. It came from here. So this is a background of evidence informed. I've given you a long history from clinical, and then I've brought public policy and this diagram that we have today. With that, now I want to ask you to look at this and ask, do you think this diagram would still remain an adequate configuration of how to advance evidence-informed policy process in a multi-stakeholder space? Or is there something you think we can improve, maybe one more arrow, maybe some other rethinking, and so on? Sasa, narudisha nafasi kwenyu. Lakini mwanzo nimeeleweka ama sikueleweka? Asante. Sasa nafasi narudisha kwenyu. Just raise your hand, come, tell us this part, maybe we do this part, and so on, and we can then do a bit of the remolding. Mr. Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Aya. Now, the space is open, and we are going table by table. Which table wants to come in first? Umeenda wateja? Haya. Niko peke yangu. Wamboi. Okay, give it to Daktari here, then Wamboi.
Thank you. Now, thank you very much, Daktari, for a wonderful and humanized presentation. I didn't know that you suffered like Jesus Christ when you went to hospital. Now, personally, I have been interested in data. I am interested in data, and there is something which I believe may be very useful in the policy and research conversation going forward. And allow me to follow your example to bring this into perspective. For example, we have the Higher Education Loans Board, and it's having quite some problem right now to be able to tell whom to give how much. And the universities also had some challenges to actually be able to critically and precisely price the programs. But the question comes, how come this student who is joining university right now is a stranger that you really need all this information to be able to know who is this student and what should we give him. This is a student who's been in the school system for at least 17 or 18 years. And I think over that time, the data measurement techniques could have been able to define this student so precisely that you do not need to put him under all this pressure to provide this information for you to know how to deal with this student. So I think our country has data measurement challenges here and there. And the NGO and the private sector are doing at least slightly better than government, not because government cannot do it far much better. It's because for them they are having a smaller area to deal with, and they can be able to focus on it very well and very clearly. But the government gets the challenge, which is this way. Say, for example, the UN is funding KNBS to do some indicators and some metrics. They will focus on data measurement in areas where they are interested. And you find there are so many other areas that are left without real or good data because whoever injected either material or technical assistance did not have an interest in that. And I can give the health as an example. We had USAID, we had Global Fund, we had UNAIDS funding the HIV programs as an example. And you find in that whole data ecosystem, the HIV, TB, and malaria data is so good, but other diseases are not having as good data. It's because they did not have as much interest in that regard. So that brings a problem because you cannot be able to utilize it so well. Now, let me also put it this way. For example, we have an issue of teen pregnancies, which became a big, big problem affecting everybody. But you find one government agency is having really good data, but is inaccessible to the next government agency. For example, a teen girl presents at a local hospital, and they are able to give all these details, and they are put on a prenatal program. But the fact that this teen girl is pregnant also is a proxy indicator of two other issues. It could be gender-based violence. It could be defilement. And when you go to a police station, they cannot be able to access this data to develop that case as such. And it fails on an immediate government agency, which will be able to access this data and make use of it. Also, in the same hospital, because the reproductive health departments are very well organized and funded, now the hospitals lack capacity to deal with it in this way. For example, we have a maternal health dealing with expectant ladies, but you have a teenager. Do you put the teenager in a maternal ward or a children's ward? Do you take this girl to a pediatrician, or do you take it to an gynecology obstetrician? You know, that becomes a problem that way. And it now impacts how policy is going to utilize that information to make a more responsive decision out of that data. So somehow our metrics give us a challenge in how we synthesize the evidence.
Thank you. And I think there, Jim, the key thing that Doc is raising is how do you make sure it captures a whole system approach? A whole system approach, because policies tend to pull out an issue, but he's saying that those interconnectivities, which sometimes can even offer you what he calls proxy evidence, is something we need to take into account. Thank you very much. Wamboy, are you ready, or do I give it to? Okay, let's give it to Daktari again here. And then, yes, go on.
Thank you so much. You know, one of the things I've been admiring is admiring you in your life. I'm imagining you used to be told, "Twai yo kitu." A number of us may not have heard it. But seriously, I'm looking at what we call indigenous knowledge. and how do we incorporate indigenous knowledge in the way we make our decisions? Yesterday, I think we were seated at a certain table, I can't remember with who, and we were discussing this issue about Chinese medicine, and this is not knowledge that is formally documented. Now you go back to our traditional setups. We have our traditional foods and traditional kind of stuff. If you look at the metrics that we use, the data that we use, is mainly, I will probably say westernized, because we will do a lot of measurements on maize because it's produced in the Western world in large proportions. Potatoes, you know, Western world like it. And there's nothing wrong with potatoes. I mean, it's a good crop. But then how do we integrate traditional knowledge in our models and our decision-making models? Because some of these things, we end to do them as an afterthought. How then do we build this in whatever decisions that we make? Because you'll always find that old grandmother, that old grandfather knows something that you may not know, but you don't quite have substantive data to back that up. Thank you.
Again now, so what that means, Jim, the diagram, please. When you talk about evidence, I think we normally say that evidence is much more than just university-based inquiry. Know-how as evidence is something that we also flag up. So perhaps, could you flag up the diagram kindly? Thank you. So perhaps what we want to do is, in that segment of synthesis, we may want to either have yes, okay. Here, we may want to either have somewhere here where we nuance this evidence question. Just go to the next slide, just to go again. Again? No. I've seen it. There's another diagram. The one with the know-how. Just try again. Again. Yes. This one. So here we are. So when you talk about evidence, we have scientific knowledge, as we call it. And we say scientific because of the rigor of a procedure of shifting opinion from knowledge. And then you have the one that is based on the setting, which may include tacit knowledge from stakeholders. Often indigenous knowledge presents itself in that form of tacit knowledge. Or it could also be professional know-how. I'm working now with the Kaya elders in one of the Kayas in Kilifi, and most of the rainmakers. And what we are working on is to look at what are the indicators of climate change as seen and expressed by the Kaya elders, which are different from those seen and expressed by scientists. One of them is the birds. There are some birds whose tweets were known. The tweets are no longer there. There are songs to praise those birds. Those birds were associated with certain seasons. The seasons went, the birds went. These are indicators of climate change. But, rainmakers also use other things which I may not talk to as a champion, but they're useful. Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think you can bring back the diagram, yeah. So let me now speak from the private sector perspective. And I like the house. But for example, when you look at the stakeholders, one of the biggest challenges the private sector is facing in Kenya today, as far as policies are concerned, is sufficient lack of consultations when policy is being developed. And the private sector is spending a lot of resources on the policy advocacy, which should not be the case, because we need to make policies that speak, for example, into the business environment. And when I'm talking about the private sector, especially in the agriculture case, I want to start right from the producers, the farmers. And production is an entire supply chain. And because we are looking at creation of employment in agriculture and agro-processing, then we need to address the entire supply chain. And this means then in terms of incorporation of stakeholders, we can expand the scope. I can see, I was trying to look at, for example, representation there. National government, county government, media, policymakers, CBOs. Perhaps the CBOs might include the producers, but the rest of the production chain is missing out. And what I can confirm here is that there's too much time being spent on advocacy. Yesterday I talked about the agriculture produces and market levies. Apparently it's a very difficult thing because counties charging revenue is embedded within our Kenya Constitution 2010. And then we have the County Government Act and the Public Finance Management Act, which also mandates counties to collect revenue. But when you look at the policy instruments, there are gaps. So a governor can stand and say, I am mandated by the Constitution to impose this cess. And another one will say the same. But unfortunately, when you look at what cess they are imposing, it's very different. You find, for example, for a particular commodity, counties are behaving very differently. Some of them are charging cess in terms of the lorry roads of produce going through their counties. Interestingly, some of them are charging cess even on products that are destined for the export market. Can you see that? And this is unfortunately in our constitution. So I would wish that we expand the scope so that we are able to bring other stakeholders on board, especially in the entire supply chain. I think the other thing is synchronizing what Utafiti Sera is doing with what the government, the policies the government is doing. I think we need to synchronize so that we can inform at the right time, because national government's responsibility is policy. But alongside when they are doing their policy instruments, and therefore Utafiti Sera needs to get information at the right time so that when the government is working on a policy instrument, then together we can also look at what are the implications of the policy as far as the implementers are concerned. Because, sorry to say, a lot of policy that the government has done, it's good because they have to do policy, but it is not looking at the business environment, the cost of doing business, and the ease of doing business. Some of those issues are not being addressed. And I think if we worked alongside so that we can also inform government, I think we need to change this clause because it's definitely going to affect the implementers, be they farmers, be they logistical, actors, and even all the way to the market, agro-processing. I think we need to work alongside. Finally, I think when I look at the chart, I don't know whether the forums represent validation forums. Are they policy validation forums? Sorry, that's number 4, communication channels, policy debate, meetings, forums. I think it's good that we start with the stakeholders. For example, when you are doing advocacy, if you are not addressing new policies, when you are doing advocacy, we start with the identification of problems from those that are being hurt by the problem. And try as much as possible to bring them together so that we can understand the real issues. So we normally have what we call public-private dialogues with the different CSs, for example, the different state departments. And we also have a presidential roundtable at the highest level now. But when you listen to the conversations that we are having, the decisions and the policies that the government is coming up with are not informed by the business environment. I mean, government is in the business of making money. They want to collect revenue. And at the same time, the same government is looking at agriculture transformation. Right now, we are opening up markets, and I was very happy about what KEBS is doing. We are already looking at standards within the African continent. For example, this is a very big market for the Kenyan products. We can take our products all over. It's very interesting because, for example, we are very good producers of flowers. We are doing some of the best flowers in the world. In fact, in this country, some of our farmers have been the best farmers in terms of producing a particular rose quality all over the world. In fact, they are called the queens of a particular flower variety, because Kenya is so good in flower production. And I'm just giving an example of flowers, but we have other value chains. And it's very interesting. You find that we export our flowers to the Netherlands. And then from the Netherlands, some African countries are importing flowers. For example, some flowers going to Nigeria come from the Netherlands, and they are Kenyan flowers. So can you see, in terms of costs, meaning we can negotiate trade within and do a lot of trade within the African continent, including, for example, in the tea sector and other products. We are still exploring what we can sell in the African continent. But we need standards, and I'm happy about what is happening here. So these are the conversations that we need to have so that we can move in tandem. But I'm very happy about what Utafiti Sera is doing. For me, I think this is one of the most respectable policy institutions that we have in this country. But let's work together. Let's collaborate even more, because, and I think this is my last point now. Let's work together so that the policy that we do speaks into what is happening in the Kenyan context. Yeah, thank you.
I was trying to capture yeah, so as you heard, there was a bit of a tremor. The world is not ending. So those who have not confessed their sins, there's still time. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. They are building this road here, and that's why there's a tremor. But it also talks to structural integrity, in my view. The tremor is a bit too much. Jim, Madam has made enormous input. One is, can we do here mapping of the entire strand of process analysis for each of the issues? Each issue may have numerous policy sites, depending on how you disaggregate the issue in question. Then two, she's suggesting that immediately after, of course, there's also the mapping of stakeholders to be informed by that, so that the stakeholders are informed by that. She's brought the point of synchronizing those proposed actions from the House with what the formal policy forum is doing. And I think that's a very important insight. We need to add something here on the formal policy forum and that synchrony. Then unbundling the communication channels. We call it communication channels here, but she's asked a question. The implementers, at what stage do we make sure that they're part of the interface? So it may well be that we think through how to unbundle either 3 or 4. But she picked out, for example, the question of policy debate, and she asked, what is this? Is it validation, for example? So we need therefore to nuance those two elements. The implementers is quite important. Then the issue of interfacing with the policy writing forum, and then of course here there's a criteria for unbundling the stakeholders, so that then you have all the potential actors being in the House. I want to give an opportunity to my brother.
Thank you. I like the House. A few suggestions. The one is to appreciate the fact that we have think tanks there. And I think the last time I checked, Kenya has about 60 think tanks, with 30 being private and 30 being government. And this I think all the ministries can be, you can trace some of the think tanks directly to the different ministries in the country. What I would like to suggest we include in the research part, I think the second, number 2 there, is to introduce the role of technology, AI specifically, because Kenya, in partnership with Microsoft, helped to develop T21 as a technology for accelerating research that through simulation process that will put us about 50 years ahead, so that what Kenyan thinkers should be focusing on is not just solving the immediate issues, but how can we project to about 50 years. US is doing 100, China is doing 100. Leaders who are coming within Chinese space now are not putting together solutions for the problems they face now. Those were done 100 years ago. But they are raising leaders who think 100 years ahead and do simulation process, and T21 was developed for Kenya. That T21 is still lying outside in the United States, out there. And many of the people who are trained, some may even be here, they were redeployed. They have found work elsewhere. And we have not benefited fully from the T21. What it does is it takes assumptions and puts all the input in and generates simulations to give you scenarios. If we had used T21, we would have known and answered the question, is fuel a cost driver? Is fuel a consumption, or is fuel a production input at the time of removal of subsidy on fuel? So some of the decisions that we may have made as a country have relied on finite human minds of a few people called advisors. We could have benefited a lot more through T21 that generates about 20 million iterations that give you outcomes, and out of that summarizes key pathways that make it a lot easier in pursuit of policy. Thank you.
In the synthesis part, I think you add the role of deployment of technology as not just a tool. Technology is both now a tool and an actor in this case. And also this, the synthesis should not just be of the present, but also scenario building. Scenario building is an element that scenario building is very important, which is future pathways. Members, any other insights, inputs? Okay, we've had a very good conversation there. I'm sorry if it may have drifted to a bit technical, but we are all very technical here. And I want now to thank you very much for granting me this opportunity for the first phase. I'll be back again after we take our porridge or tea. So I want to invite now His Excellency the Ambassador to declare the possibility that this tea, which is paid for, what time we are coming back, and we'll proceed as we shall have guided. Karibu Balozi na asanteni.
Asante sana. Si wewe peke yako ulidungwa hiyo. Hey, mara mingi. I still remember the person who used this. I don't know if he was a watchman at the hospital. I still remember his name. And we were little. Yeah. At the gate of the hospital. But long retired. I hope he's still alive. At Kisii General Hospital. I think we have had a beautiful session. We shall continue with the conversation after break. If you look at the program, you can see we're actually dealing with the same issues until the last session. We're looking at the evidence, the effectiveness of evidence in policy decisions. Now, our CEC from Kakamega, you should tell us something before we have a break. Or if you don't have it, It's okay. It's okay. Good. Oh, you are still here after the break. Thank you. I think that is in order. Let's break at the moment. What time is it? How much time do we have? It is 11, almost 11 o'clock. We should have our 20 minutes and come back so that we can save 10 minutes. But we are still okay because the issues are the same for the remaining sessions, so it's a continuation from where we have just left. Enjoy your tea break, and let's meet after 20 minutes. I said after 20 minutes, which will be 11:20.
internship with an organization that was training farmers on potato farming. So I saw it as a very good venture because farmers were making profit, and I thought, why not try doing it? Why am I training farmers when I cannot make money myself? So that is how I started farming. This is a family land. So I saw it as a very good venture because farmers were making profit, and I thought, why not try doing it? Why am I training farmers when I cannot make money myself? So I thought, why that is how I started farming. This is a family land. I saw it as a very good venture because farmers were making profit, and I thought, why not try doing it? Why am I training farmers when I cannot make money myself? Averages between 30 and 40 shillings per kg. So the 150 bags are all inclusive, including the seeds. So the ones that I sell between 30 and 40 shillings per kg. So the 150 bags are all inclusive, including the seeds. So the ones that Chindegwa, and I started farming in 2019, immediately after I finished college, because I took a course in agriculture, and so I was interested to try and do it practically. I started farming after college in 2019. I landed an immediately after I finished college, an organization because I was training farmers in agriculture, and so I was interested to try and do it practically. I started farming. I saw it as a very. My name is Caroline Wangeshi Ndegwa, and I started farming in 2019, immediately after I finished college, because I took a course in agriculture, and so I was interested to try and do it practically. Immediately after college, I landed an internship with an organization that was training farmers on potato farming. So I saw it as a do it practically. Immediately after college, I landed an internship with an organization that was training farmers on potato farming. So I saw it as a do it practically.
We have gone a few minutes beyond. Oh, you want to listen to? We need to continue. I hope you will share the clip to all of us. It's very nice, nice journey and nice environment. We need to test the viazi. This is from West Pokot. Where is the one from Nyandarua? Here. That's what the hotel has been serving. Okay, good. I want to be sure. Those might be from Kisii or some other place. Now we proceed with our program. We are continuing with to the next session. Still being facilitated by Brother Steve Akoth. And I don't know why they call you Akoth, not Okoth. Are you named after a lady? A grandmother? Huh? You are a lady? Now you are confusing me. The evidence does not suggest. So that's not evidence-based. So we're looking at strategies for policy uptake. That is session 11. The main objective is to ensure that research findings and evidence are effectively translated into actionable policies and practices. If I may ask my brother, what findings do we have so far? The nature of evidence that we have now regarding our conversation here. Secondly, what policies are we talking about? And what are the gaps that this evidence will help to fill? You know, I'm just thinking aloud. Then can we synthesize and recommend what should be done to make this our project a reality, or to help it to be more effective and efficient to serve our youth in our nation? I'll call you upon to come back with your great skills to be able to maybe with some story. Sasa sio ya injection. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Balozi. Welcome back. Now we want to move, as Balozi has guided, on the next conversation, which is really how do we ensure an uptake of evidence. The gatekeepers, can the gatekeepers close the door? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now there's not more, you'll hear no more tremor because the door is closed. Haya, sasa ningependa tuende kipindi cha pili, and I would like the Gen Zs to lead us. Caro, please come. Martin, I've realized during tea time and lunch, old people are standing together, young people together. So Jim found me standing with the young ones at a proximity that was not Vatican friendly. And he started saying, "What's happening? What's happening?" He said, "No, the distance is too close." The lateral distance. Too close. I said, but the old people are even staying closer. Caro, one of the things I would like you to help us with is, as a practitioner, what are some of the interventions that have been made by the county which you consider inappropriate? That is, it's ajar from what you need as the private sector. And then you go to the next stage, which is what Balozi was asking. What are the various practices which have come out of your interventions, which you think the policy, the county should uptake and use to do new policies? Karibu. Na baada ya Caro, itakuwa ni Faith. Alafu they will also tell us who should be the immediate discussants. Caro, karibu. Tumpe makofi anapokuja tafadhali. Should I stand next to you or I go back?
You can stand next
to me. Stand here.
Okay, so I think I'll use Nyandarua County because that is where I come from. And I think some of the things that the county government does is things like maybe bringing doing, like for example, we have a cold storage in Nyandarua, which I think has not yet started working. I don't know if the community was involved during maybe making that decision, because when I listen to some of the people about their opinions in the cold storage, some of the people are not interested in using it because they say they don't even have enough to sell. So how will they then store the potatoes in the cold storages? Then some of them also find the place where the cold storage is a bit far from where they live. So the cold storage is at Olkalau, and some of the farmers from Kindangop, for example, will not be able to transport a ton of potatoes to come and store at that place. So I feel like that is one of the examples of some of the interventions that are brought in place, but maybe they don't really help the people at the ground. The other things are maybe sometimes even the NGOs come in place and they start training farmers. And I feel like some of the things are repetitive. They keep on doing the same things over and over again. They bring seeds to the farmers. Maybe they bring other things. And maybe that is not what the farmers need. Some of the farmers will ask you, now that you have trained us over the years and we have also been producing, so we don't have a problem with production. So when you keep on doing those things, then at the end of the day, we produce, we get very good harvests, but we don't have somewhere to sell the potatoes. So how then are you helping us? So I think that is another example of some of the interventions where the communities and the people that are being targeted with the interventions should be involved during decision making of the same. So I think what should happen is we should involve the people that we want to help, as the private sector, as the county government, before we put these things in place. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Makofi. Thank you very much. CEC, when you will be giving your remarks shortly after the lady who is coming, the puzzle we are dealing with now is what informs many of the policies by the county government. I know the CIDP is the true north, but as we know, people also generate new ways of doing. What is the trend in the county? How are you able to uptake evidence that comes from practice and turn it into policy? So think through that as you listen to the next elegant lady. Faith, please, if you could. And I'm really hoping that the ladies who spoke here, Jebet, Faith, Wamboi, Carol, that your parents consider you as the leaders of the households now.
Thank you. Okay, so I think one of the suggestions that I would want to pass before I talk about the counties in the stakeholder engagement that I think some of the speakers spoke about during their contribution is we need to expand the stakeholders that are being engaged in this policy making research, and more so the ones who, because I'm in the value addition and exporting business, the stakeholders who are engaged in the regulations. The point that I was trying to put across about the KEBs, no, I was not so much into the color, because we have been affected in this way where you find KEBs can say you need to put tiles on the walls. Another regulator says you need to paint it white and then remove the tiles. Another one says you need maybe to decorate. So it's good for them when they are making these policies, or the regulations to understand, at least to have one voice, because now it seems when the KEBS is coming, we call fundis, they put tiles. When HCD is coming, not another organization, we put what they require. So at least the stakeholder should be involved to understand if they are with one voice, or if each regulator is using our own regulations, which is affecting one person. And then the other thing is also to understand also in the regulations. I would want to, if the CONSA stakeholder would answer this, maybe if we get time. So what's happening? Like every day we wake up, there's a new regulation. Like if I can recall now, we have EUDR, which has come into place, and each regulation comes in with a cost. So as an investor, you have already done your profit and whatever analysis. So once you set the price there, it is already including all the regulation. Now, once these new regulations comes into place, what the cost, who bears the cost? Is it the consumer or the producer? And how are you handling now, at least to understand for a client or for the investor to understand clearly what are the regulations that you need from A to Z? At least, do we expect new regulations every day, or like if there would be a policy around that which regulates at least this is the extent that you can, that the product can be regulated. So back to the counties, I think what I think the intervention that the county needs to do, for example, in Makueni County, we are always number one, isn't it? So for the governor, he really supports us, and also with the East government. One is through the marketing. Even for the market that we got with the NIVAS, it is the governor who was pushing for it, and we were able to get it. But now, like Caroline said, in terms of the engagement of the community before coming up with the strategies. For example, right now we are doing export supply hub in Makueni through trademark, which I think is something that was cooked up there, and then now it is being put in a strategic place where we are not sure if it is going to fetch a lot of the engagement. So if we engage the community and also us who will be using it, because it's sort of a pack house, where we'll be packing our products for export, including avocados and all the other things that are going for export, where it is being strategized, where it's been set, I think it's not an ideal place. The other thing, I think it's the other intervention that needs to come into play. It's the lengthy processes of public, I think private-public participation, whereby you see like a cold storage for you as a private sector to use it. You need to go to the county assembly, I don't know where, for you to sit there, and then like you have to be listened, like it's a lengthy process, whereby to use just a cold storage, you just need a letter and then just go ahead, instead of the whole processes that are involved. And then mostly in the public participations, they are usually paid buses and so forth to bring them to public participation. When you check the number of people who are there, maybe 5% is youth, and 95% it is the old people, and they keep on asking the same things, Mali, Mukia Road, water projects and so forth, but they don't benefit. When a road is put, we'll pass, okay? But now, like, if we could have like the intervention of youths being given a space, and also like development-minded people to be given a space to speak about what is affecting the country. Because I understand even if we, like there's an investor who is called Eni, who has built a tarmac road close to our company, and it is a private sector. So once we invest, like once the enabling environment and also the businesses are expanding, we can also make these roads as private sectors, instead of keeping on putting all the funds that come from the national budget to roads, to water, and then the waters that are being put there. Also the intervention, another intervention which is very key, is the contractor, like the process of contracting. You find that you are just contracting your cousin or someone who is going to give you money, and then at the end of the day, you will find like the thing that has been made, it is not quality. the roads are poor, like the boreholes, munachota maji during the launch. After 1 week, there is no more water to fetch, and it is a big investment. So that's all I can say.
Thank you. Let's give an applause. Thank you. Now, Mheshimiwa Waziri kutoka Kakamega, hiyo context sasa imetusaidia. Ningependa kukukaribisha na swali moja tu. My question is, of course, the public policy was reversed, but what evidence had initially informed Governor Oparanya to attempt to tax chicken? There was initially a proposition that chicken be taxed as a way of increasing own revenue. And then somehow the public said something, then it was reversed. What evidence informed that attempt? Karibu mheshimiwa, tumpe makofi anapokuja tafadhali. Karibu mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, the gentleman from Ukwala. As I was sitting here, I was also considering attending the public baraza in Ukwala on Sunday to see if I can also get affordable housing. But that said and done, can I start with your last question? Lucky enough, like I mentioned yesterday, I also got an opportunity to work with Governor Oparanya, and I was his advisor on youth affairs. And so I would largely understand. I think there has been no time when there was such a proposition to tax chicken. And even if there was, that would be a dangerous path to walk in Kakamega, because, I don't know. That was the part of the political propaganda that moves around. I think it was that and the issue of saying you cannot get to Kakamega town with slippers. There was also that, that the governor has put up policy, Omengo, you remember? That if you come to town with slippers, you'll be arrested. That's how we do our politics. So I think that was the political conversation around. I don't want to get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been a very, very interesting conversation for me. And I cannot fail to underscore the importance of this conversation. Like I mentioned in my remarks when we were opening, I have a strong feeling that this is a discussion that needs to be scaled up. Because we are all looking at a time bomb. There's a lady who spoke yesterday from West Pokot, very passionately. And she spoke about the millennials, including that gentleman who is working on the graphics and all that. And they spoke about the millennials and how the millennials were guided, they were disciplined and everything. And then they said, this Gen Z, we don't know where they're coming from. They're not understood, you know. But you know, the Gen Zs are there with us. It's not like we don't understand them and we will deport them to some country, or we are going to transfer them using a wheelbarrow to some other place that is not in Kenya. They are here to stay. And unfortunately, the figures tell us that they are more than us. So we are looking at a time bomb. If we do not work out to ensure that we solve the issue of unemployment for the Gen Z and the millennials, then clearly we are going to get into a crisis. If not soon, maybe sooner. The only place, the only hanging fruit that we have, the only place where we can invest with the surety of getting returns is in the sector of agriculture. And so I have been asking the ED whether they are going to share the outcomes of this discourse with the county governments. And he has told me that indeed there is a structure and a framework on how they are going to share this information. I would really have wished that the Council of Governors was part of this convening, for them to particularly pass this information to the counties and scale up the conversation. I think this is a conversation that even the national government requires to be at the center. Because we are talking about these issues in a manner that looks like it's not a big issue, you know. You know the way you discuss about a flight, and even if it leaves you, you can pick another one. That is the lack of seriousness I see in the discussion around youth and tapping the potential in agriculture. And so I would emphasize that there is greater need for the convener to share the outcomes of this discuss with particularly the county governments. I have had a discussion, a one-on-one discussion with many of the participants here. And one of them is my clansman, Waziri Wafuko, who has served as a CAS. Of course, CAS is an assistant minister. So if I call him that, he has been a minister. We've been having a discussion and together with the ED for Kabe. And I was telling them that the county governments have a huge gap in terms of policy formulation around areas that are exclusive functions to the county governments, and in particular agriculture. So you will not find precise policies in county governments that seek to address the issues around the exclusive functions of the counties. And I was telling them that I believe the reason why that is happening in some instances is deliberate. And it's because in the absence of a policy, the policy maker has the discretion. So in a policy, the government makes commitment that we will be able to do this and this and this. But in the absence of the policy, then it is the policy maker who decides what do we do. And as politicians, they will love discretion more than framework, more than being structured. And so government will not come to invest in policy unless they are stuck, unless the control of budget is telling you, you cannot spend this money because there's no law and there is no framework, there's no policy. So in that case, then you'll rush. And that brings me to your question about evidence. It will be reactive. You are making a policy to unlock a certain challenge, maybe in expenditure and all that. And so even the policies that are made are not necessarily holistic, and if there are, the evidence and the research around them may be wanting in most of the instances. And so it is good, and I want to appreciate PASCA for considering to invest in the area of policy, because indeed, unless we have proper policy around government, then these issues we are talking about are issues we will continue talking about for far too long. Lastly, I was able to also gain serious insights, and I've taken interest to sit through this from the beginning to the end, because I attach a lot of importance to the discussion we're having. The issue around public participation. I think, like I mentioned yesterday, there seems to be a big rift between government, because government, I always tell people, is not a vehicle that you can put here and show people. It is not a speaker. It is not a podium. Government are people. But there seems to be a huge gap between government, the people, and the people who put the government in power in terms of understanding the structure and how the government works. Yesterday, when we were having a discussion about government taking into consideration what the young people are saying, I picked again something from Waziri Wafoko and said that you may be blaming the county governments for not listening to you when they are making budgets, but at what time do you get involved in making your contribution? Is it possible that as we speak, the county governments are starting the process of making their budgets, which will take a whole 11 months, and then you will feature at the end and say, is it possible that we buy a table, or we buy a seat, or we buy what? Do we understand the processes? Do we understand the levels and the process, and what is supposed to be inputted at whatever levels? And clearly I could see a huge rift, because I've been able to speak with also a number of young people here, including, I don't want to mention their names, but I've had off-the-cuff discussions with many of them. You'll clearly see that the interest to know what government is doing is there, but it's not commensurate with understanding the processes within government. So that you know that at the level of the ADP, we are putting our aspirations and understanding that we would want to be budgeted, not necessarily working out a budget. At the level of the CFSP, you'll understand that now we are narrowing to strategies, and we now have known that as county governments, this is our resource basket, and now we are narrowing to that we will be able to do. And so it is almost 99% the budget. And as we move to the MTEF, you know that we are now discussing figures. We're not discussing programs, we're not discussing projects, we are discussing figures. And that after that, we still have a conversation about the budget outlook review. We review the budget, and we have a document called the Budget Outlook Review Paper, which is able to explain to us, if you are given this budget, were you able to implement, did you absorb the budget, and to what level? So these are issues that we require that as young people, as citizens, we must understand inside out the government that we want to serve us. And I mentioned yesterday that we have one of the most progressive constitutions in Africa, but we do not appreciate the fact that the same constitution that gives a mandate to the office holder gives a responsibility to the citizen. And perhaps when we start our conversations from there, we will get a better Kenya. I dream of a Kenya that is good, not just for me, but for everyone, because offices are not permanent. And so all of us at some point, Professor, you will have to go back to Kuala, even as a professor, with affordable housing. With the chaplains, we may make you the church elder in Catholic, give you a seat at the back of the church. So we would wish for a better country, if not because we are in positions of privilege, because this is the country where we will live. So I don't stop being a good son to my mother because I'm a CEC. I don't stop being a good member of the Anglican Church because I'm a CEC. And so the way you wish for a good country is the same way those of us in privileged position wish for a good country. Is it possible that these conversations will make us to meet at some point, and our engagements will make this country better? With those many remarks, I want to appreciate all that have joined in this conversation. I want to thank Pascal. I want to thank Kabe. This has been extremely enriching in terms of creating a good understanding of policy formulation around government, policy gaps, and the way we can positively contribute to policy formulation. With those many remarks, I wish you Johnny Mercies, and I want to appreciate all of you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Na unapoondoka kabla ya chakula cha mchana, uondoke salama. Na kama hautapata chakula, kuponi yako tafadhali uniachie ili nipate portions mbili. Thank you, sir. It's been such great insight. CEC Nyandarua, please, we are saving you for some big bang at some point, so we will be asking you to respond to two important issues before we come to end of session. Sasa ningependa turudi tena hapa katika mazungumzo, na I would like us to have some buzz group on our tables now. On our tables, apart from this table which has two people, the tables with many people, the buzz that I would like us to have is, we have seen now, and we agree, and the CEC has added to that, it is not for absence of evidence that evidence is not used. So the question is, what can we do as practitioners to ensure that policymakers uptake the evidence we have? Me in the university, what can I do? And we'll do our discussions here at the Balozi. You are a very mixed group, which is very nice. You know, even KEBS, normally when you go to the field, you have a lot of new insights and terrains of perhaps where policy ought to move to. But I'm sure sometimes you struggle with it because there's a disjoint between this and that. So what can we do to have this evidence be taken up by policymakers? So each table That's a question. What can we do to have the evidence that is available in our various terrains? And pick some concrete examples, minimum 5 for each group. It can be on the production, distribution, it can be on marketing, it can be on public participation, like Madame was saying here. But what can we do so that the evidence that we've picked up on particular components in the agro chain that your table will have agreed on can be taken up by the policymakers. So kila table is one group. So this table has the largest number of people, including the spirit of Waziri is still hanging here. So you are a quorum, you are the biggest quorum, you're even a bigger quorum. Now, there you are getting also, please, people from Makweni, give them yellow cards. People from West Pokot, blue cards. Alafu Malendi, ulete pande hii ingine ya mixture. Thank you. So there we are. We have the cards coming through. Pick an issue, not abstract discussion. So you may decide to pick potato, but potato, which segment? You may decide to pick avocado, which segment? Is it production, distribution? And pick the pertinent evidence that is emerging. Karibuni. Haya, kazi kwenyu sasa. Yote kwa kadi. Unaweza tumia, unatakaje kadi moja, swali moja? Nyinyi mjaze kadi moja, ikijaa kadi nyingine, lakini presentation itakuwa ngapi? Moja. Na huyu hapa presenter atakuwa either ni huyu ama huyu. Sasa mwenyekiti endeleeni. Hii ni collective. Hizi tu ni vile walikuwa na excess na wataki kutarudishia dona. Sasa mnatumia moja ikijaa. There will be one presenter. You just write here. So, let's get going. 5. No, don't be abstract. Pick an area. One issue. One issue. But you have 5 elements out of it. This issue. 5 elements of evidence in it.
What is the question?
Oh, the question is, how come these table are the most beautiful ladies?
This ugly man.
let's get the report. I will start by giving from our group, me and Balozi. The group was made up of academics at large, and we're asking why is it that the results from our students produce a lot of dissertations that have materials that it should have a structure where when they get the research findings, they can be able to create a conversation of those outputs with the policymakers. We also picked up the question of a comment which was made by the Waziri here. Waziri said, the people should understand the structure and language of government. And we said, and vice versa. We added there, and vice versa, which is the government should understand the structure and the language of the people. And that is also coming from the research that comes from in the universities. Then our two last observations, the last observation we made was sometimes, because you know when our students study, they look at a problem globally, nationally, and locally. Some of the global outlooks are very, very good, but some of our governments sometimes are slow to pick them up because they are too efficient. They'll bring the solutions too quickly, and maybe they will close doors for other interests. So we think that we should encourage policymakers to look futuristically, that some of the propositions that come from the global framing are helping to think futuristically. And if you do not think futuristically with everybody else, you will be left as an island of poverty. So either you remain an island of poverty or you embrace the others who think futuristically. So we think if we told our policymakers that, then they will adopt such evidence. With that now, I want to go to the table with the highest concentration of ladies per men, where you have the highest concentration of ladies per men. Which table is that? This one, isn't it? Which one? You need more time because of the concentration. It's okay. Because of the concentration, we'll give it more time. Now, you're ready? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, from our team, we identified the gap in the policy is weak alignment between the evidence and the policy goals, where policies often lack clear, measurable, and objective evidence. So the solution in this case is we have like a stakeholder engagement where we have the farmers, researchers, and local government, national government, to really understand and come up with a model or a theory to have these outcomes. Then another one is inadequate data, whereby there is limited access to timely and localized reliable data, especially when it comes to the potato farming. Here we need to invest in digital platforms that can provide real-time data. Another one is, okay, we might have the data, yes, but the capacity to interpret this particular evidence is a bit low. So you find these policymakers, some of them lack the skills or tools to translate this data into action. So maybe there we need some kind of training on data literacy and decision analytics, so that they can be able, when they are given this data, interpret it in a better way because misinterpretation will also lead to wrong policies or policies that do not have impact. Then most of the time we've not had a session where we have these policy makers interact with the stakeholders. So it is good also to hear first-hand information from the stakeholders on the ground so that they connect, yani inaitwa kusikiza ground. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for our group, as you've rightly put, looking at the issues about policy, getting evidence from what we've had as the ground. There are ways that we are looking at, and these are trying to answer a few areas where we feel there are gaps in policy-making processes. When we talk of the time frames within which evidence or input is to be provided, at some point this is constraining, and this leads to not having that adequate participation of the stakeholders in the process of policy making. On the other side, again, if this happens, then the feedback mechanism on what is being given as input or evidence by the subject matter areas, you find is not definite, so that when you give that input, then how sure are you that it has been taken up? So as the policy makers do this, then how are they engaging in giving feedback to these people who want their issues captured? On the other hand, again, the process in itself is too expensive. When you talk of issues about what public participation calls for, you see the magnitude of what needs to get into that, and it's costly. And therefore, in a place where an intervention is to be made, then it will delay, because we are looking at the issues of what gets into the costs of converging and having the issues picked up. But again, now looking at the side of how this evidence is to be provided from that low level up to where now people are sitting on tables like this, then we are saying there are avenues to be used. There are structured avenues to have these ideas picked by policymakers, and they start from the grassroots. There are organizations on, at the grassroots levels. If they are farmers, we have farmer-producer groups, entities. We have cooperatives that are dealing with particular value chains. At these forums, I think this is where evidence can be gathered, can be aligned, so that what is spoken to then can get to the ear of those making these policies. There are social and development forums that also happen with various issues going on in the communities. These are avenues that we have that can be used to escalate ideas and input towards policy making. We have representation of the key stakeholders. Those are those on at the grassroots that can be also used. Of course, when you talk of our system in Kenya, you will hear people complain of over-representation. So how are we using those people in those positions, in the structures that we've been given, so that we have our issues articulated? I think that is what we had. and also looking at issues about just communities having action plans that, coming to key dialogues and all that, that we have many of the stakeholders involved, then this can be presented in kinds of memos and just the plans that they need to be taken up. And this can improve the policy making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them one clap of hands. Thank you. Let's come back to other group of potential youths.
Thank you, Prof. So for our case, we looked at a specific gap, and we realized that there's an executive level gap at both the national and at the county government. Policies are often well-intentioned, but weak follow-up through undermine sustainability. And we looked at the case of Nyandarua County, where pyrethrum revival programs were launched, yet inconsistent budget allocations have slowed the progress. And then this mismatch between policy and financing creates a lag that discourages farmers and youth from staying engaged. Secondly, we saw that there is a policy imbalance where subsidies focus heavily on inputs such as fertilizer, and that is in the production segment, yet little priority is given to marketing and protecting farmers' produce. As a result, farmers, including the youth, may produce more but remain vulnerable to low prices and even post-harvest losses and competition from imports that we've seen in the recent past, where farmers have nowhere to dispose their produce, but import is given priority. So for this, our recommendation is very straightforward. Policies must evolve from policies must evolve from a production-only focus to a full value chain approach. This means securing sustainable budgetary allocation and also building strong marketing and aggregation system, thus safeguarding our local producers from unfair competitions.
Okay, good afternoon. In our group, we had 3 major points that came out. The first one is communication, that we are not communicating enough on the evidence. How we package our evidence is not sufficient. And the solution here is to make sure that we leverage technology. And then we tailor the information to the audience. We make sure that the evidence that we are producing is suitable to be consumed by those who need it. And then on communication again, we notice that there is a lot of silos between researchers, research extensions, policy makers. So all these stakeholders are working in silos. So you find out that whatever researchers are doing, those who are supposed to be impacted by the policy are not even aware. So if we can find a way of making sure that all are in place, we understand what you are doing, as well as you understand what we want. The second one is on stakeholder engagement from onset. Let's try so much as policymakers to include or involve those who are being impacted by policy from the onset. From that then, policy or those who are impacted by the policy are able to own. They know that this policy that we are going to draft is going to help us in the future. So whenever they own it, they are able to support it. And when the policy is now out, they are going to use it. And then The last one is continuous field engagement. Let there be someone who is updating on what's happening on the ground, that everybody is able to know what is happening. And as I'm concluding, we've been told that question is more important than the answer. So as we are going to produce evidence, let's be careful not to answer questions that hasn't been asked. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So the discussions that we had, number one, as a priority, we have to ensure that we engage the decision makers at an early stage so that they can own up the process. We have seen this work when we try to support a number of counties to develop strategy, whereby we involve the county assembly decision makers, and then they are able to support the process until the end. Then number two, as it has been mentioned by other other groups, there's need for accessibility of the information, and then it must be very simple to understand to all the decision makers. Then number three, evidence should be backed up with data. It has been mentioned. One of the CEOs of a federation had confirmed that he was trying to petition for a bill, but he was asked by the decision maker, appears at a certain level, that how many farmers are you representing and why do you think this is important? So when you're talking about the data, we're also talking about the number, so that whatever we are advocating for is picked up. Then number four, we talked about stakeholder engagement, which has been mentioned, and this has been very keen when we are trying to implement regulation in potato. I am very specific on potato. It did not work well, and currently we have been trying to do a study, and it is very clear that a number of stakeholders, they are saying that when you are setting this threshold of packaging, we were not involved and we are not ready to own up the process. So engaging them at the beginning is very key. Then lastly, we talk about, we look for champions, or the ones who are willing or who are showing interest. We onboard them, then they come and we inform them while we are doing this. Then they will be able to influence others to just steer up the process and ensure that you're able to achieve the expectation. Yes, thank you.
There's something that these two groups have said which reminds me of something that is important. Do you only need to listen to what the decision makers want, or should you also listen to what the people want? So maybe the thing is about balancing this, the people and decision makers. In Kisumu, there was a policy which was suggested. The policy was called Anti-Bedo Akara policy. Who can interpret that? Yesterday when I told you innovation in Doluo is Kanungwe Teko, some people disputed. Who knows the meaning of or remembers the anti-Bedo Akara policy? Have you ever heard about it? The Kisumu people? What does anti-Bedo Akara mean? Now, when you have a motorbike, so initially before the current trend of motorbikes, Kisumu was the home of border borders. How do women conventionally sit, or are supposed to sit? You remember I'm putting on commas. How are they supposed to sit on the border? Like this or like this? Across. So men complain that women sitting this way, which you call akara, was a problem. They said it was a problem culturally and in terms of safety of both the passenger and the... So they went to the county assembly and suggested that there should be a policy called anti-Bedo Akara policy. The policy did not see light of the day because men protested, said, no. We want women to sit in the way that they can hold the driver, the cyclist, so that then in case of a bump, they are safe, and the bicycle is also stable, and so on. But essentially, the policy was being suggested by chauvinist men who are basically saying that women in public space should remain regulated on how to sit, how to dress, and so on. But some MCAs had actually agreed with them, and the thing had been listed in the House. So be careful. It's not just about the decision makers. You have to look at the entire canopy of actors and what is the intricate, what is the inherent interest in that policy. Is it advancing our collective values, or is it perhaps one of those that are retrogressive? Now you have the last two groups. I want us to vote which group among these and these should present last. This is group, are you A or B? B, this is A. This is group B, this is group A. Which one should present last? It depends if you choose, if you are counting from behind or from front. No, but us, when we went to nursery school, we first counted A, B, C, D, then we started also counting Z, Y, until A. Okay. So who should present first? A. Do you all agree? Because she's a... You saw I got tongue-tied. Maybe she's the appointed advocate. Let's start with the group B. Group B will present, and then group A. Okay? Group B will present, and then group A. And then after that, Madame has got the one-lady group. So the one-lady group will present, and then after that, I'll invite Waziri to give us some summation. Aya. Twende, my sister.
Thank you so much. Most points have been talked about by other groups. And so our first one is participation in policy making from the first stage. Because most of the time we are being involved in policy making at the last stage. So what was discussed at the beginning, we don't know, but we are being included in the final stage. So we are supposed to participate fully from the first process. The second one is requisition of government to support youth groups in terms of subsidies such as fertilizers, seedlings, because youths, as we know, they are short of money. And when you take an example of avocado farming, it needs money and good amount of money to buy the seedlings. So when the government provides subsidized seedlings to support youths, it's great help. There is a challenge of high certification fees. and therefore we should have regulations that regulates or lowers the amount of fees that we pay for certifications of HCDs and KEFIs and KEBs. And then trainings that are provided for the farmers should be regulated, because you may find an NGO, for example, giving farmers trainings based on what they know. And also the government comes up with another training, and what they teach is totally different from what the NGOs taught. So the trainings that are provided for both the government and the NGOs should be regulated. There is a saying that youths don't like farming because farming is dirty. But if we create opportunities for youths in value addition and marketing, we may have more youths participating in agriculture. When we started avocado farming, we didn't think about where we are going to sell the produce. And therefore, I think we should have end-to-end guidelines on how each process from nursery to produce, how the process should run. Like if you are in a nursery, this should be done. When you finish the nursery, you go to this stage, all the process should be outlined. And then we should have regulations in terms of levies. Those who are doing processing, for example, you find there is a lot of levies that you have to pay. And you pay for HCD, you pay for KEFIs, you pay for KEBs, and NEMA, and you find that within the NEMA, there are sub-components that also you have to pay for. So there are a lot of levies that are involved. So these duplications will be looked at. Thank you.
Asante sana, makofi kwake. Thank you. That is very, very good. Let's now have the final group here. Who is the spokesperson? Okay, the boy child.
Thank you. Actually, most of our points have been mentioned, and that's the disadvantage of being the last. Yeah, but one...
Just run through them a bit fast.
Yes. Involvement. One is involvement of the youth in public participation entirely. It was mentioned clearly by Mr. Charles, because it was noted that most of the public participation it happens during the last stages, and in most cases rushed. The policymakers will take months to make these policies, but they require the public to get the information in a day and give feedback in the same day. So it's something that needs to be looked at. The other thing is about collaboration, involving all the stakeholders in the entire process. During the making, validation, and everything, and even during implementation, we bring all the stakeholders that are relevant. The other thing is about introduction of innovativeness to support the process of the uptake of policies. Try to look at the other innovative ways for the consumers to uptake their policies. Mechanization was mentioned as an example. The other thing is consultation. Tailor evidence with policymakers and make them available, like from the cooperatives. The last thing was co-creation sessions to support pulling together of processes or decisions by the stakeholders, engage the consumers, or rather the public or the young people, in barazas and sensitize them on the policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Tumpe makofi moja. Although I've realized that the young ladies speak as young ladies. The young men, when they have power, they want to speak like waziri, sasa pole pole. Tunaona huyo ni future waziri kabisa. Lakini usifinye sana. Enjoy the youth kidogo tu. Now, those of you who have been in sessions where I manage know that I really value taking GMT, top layer of food. Since we came here, we have not been taking top layer. True or false? We've been going for lunch late. So today, I would like us to take top layer. So I would like to request, before I give to Balozi, and I can see that Balozi and ED are trying to rework the program, but don't interfere with the top layer. Whatever you do, don't interfere with the top layer. So I want to invite my sister to come and respond to her one group question. After that, Waziri Francis, who has been so graciously patient, listening and following through, will come and give some remarks, and I'll have put one question to him before he comes. Madam.
Thank you very much, Professor. We all laughed this morning when we were told that this affordable housing project is going to your place. What's your place called? Ukwala. And similarly, affordable housing is going to places like West Pokot, Kulendani. And actually, we have been able to see that happening all over. And sometimes I'm wondering who is going to buy houses that are right in the rural areas. And like you asked, did we need them in the first place? So I was asked to, I think you asked me to talk about, let me see. How do we balance between public good and the private sector? And I want us to, first of all, understand the roles of both the government and also the private sector. And by government, I mean both the national government and also the county governments. And important for government is to provide a stable legal and social framework for Kenyans to operate. And the government has a huge responsibility of supporting what the private sector cannot do. For example, infrastructural development. Professor, last year during the Christmas festivities, I think we saw what was happening between Nairobi and Kisumu. Families sleeping on the road with the children, they are going for Christmas. That's the role of government, to make sure that people get home in good time for Christmas. Some people arrived for Christmas on the 26th instead of arriving on the 23rd because rotaring starts at that time. So the government is responsible for investing in infrastructure and human capital and promoting policies that lead to growth and stability. That's the role of government. Now, let's come to the private sector before we look at how do we balance the two. The private sector is responsible for providing. It's responsible for crucial developments such as job creation. So I know government has employed a number of people, but really when we think about how many people are employed right from your village there, right from your village, the shopping center, how many people have been employed there? And then we move to the towns and see what the private sector is doing and creating so much employment. That is the responsibility of the private sector. But why does the private sector do that? The private sector is able to employ when the business environment is right. And I'll tell you, for example, what has been happening in the last few years. just picking an example of the cost of animal feeds in this country. How many of you are keeping dairy and chicken and pigs? Huh? Have you tried to buy concentrates for the animals? I mean, the cost of animal feeds has really escalated because of some ingredients that could be produced in this country if sufficient incentives are provided. And this is the role of government. Government is responsible for protecting the SMEs. If you go to the areas of Kiambu and Thika, where I come from, you see lorry loads of eggs that are being transported daily to Mombasa. But what happens when the cost goes up? And you can imagine the enormous employment that is created by those SMEs that are doing chicken. Find a farmer who is doing 1,000 layers, another one 2,000 broilers, 500. And it's very exciting that you can see young people taking up some of these initiatives. I see them. But when the cost of animal feeds goes up, then these people close businesses and we are back to zero. So it is the responsibility of government to provide an enabling and conducive environment. And when I say this, I also want to pick on the counties, because what has been happening in this country, the government has been crowding out the private sector. And I want to come to fertilizers, for example. We've done a study, and I believe maybe Pascal has also done that, and Kabe. The cost of importing fertilizer and taking it to the last mile by the private sector, and the cost of taking that fertilizer to the grassroots by the government is more or less the same. So who should be left to manage the fertilizer? Private sector. We have, I mentioned yesterday, we have like 15,000 agro dealers spread all over. Last year in our National Agriculture Summit, we had the Agro-Dealers Association of Kenya coming all the way from Kisumu. And they came to talk about the impact that the distribution of fertilizers is having on the agro-dealer shops in Kisumu. Because it's possible for us to take fertilizer, and it is also beneficial to the farmer. It's possible for us to take the fertilizers to the last mile distribution, not the agrovets. And I'm saying this in all honesty because we have Waziri from Nyandarua, we have Bwana Mushiri from Nyandarua, and we have county governments represented also here. Let's let the private sector do what they need to do so that in our counties we can continually create employment. Instead of, for example, I think you've seen cases where government is procuring, what are they procuring in the counties? Wheelbarrow. And when the government procures a wheelbarrow, how much does it cost, especially in Bungoma County? Bungoma County. Why can't you let wananchi go and buy their wheelbarrow at 1,500 shillings from the agro-dealer or from the Juakali, or even from Juakali? That way we will be promoting the private sector. So I want to say this because there are so many examples that we can cite here. That there is a lot of need, first of all, for data. And I'm happy that a lot of groups here talked about data as a source of providing evidence. But it is also important that we have what is called goodwill. Because honestly, a wheelbarrow doesn't cost 100,000 shillings. Doesn't cost 100,000 shillings. There's need for a lot of goodwill. There's need for a lot of public-private dialogue. And I want to mention, now that you have let me come here, what we are thinking as members of the private sector, especially ASNET in agriculture. We want to engage at the, county, let me say county is probably we'll be having too many counties to engage with, but we have intentions of working very closely with the counties by having our umbrella institutions at the counties, especially at the regional economic blocks, so that we can promote dialogue between government and the private sector. So I think dialogues is the way to go, because there are always new things coming, but we need to speak to each other and agree so that we can move forward together. And at the end of the day, realize that we are at the end of the day members of the private sector. When you were seated there in our team there, we were looking at some communication that was done yesterday by the Electoral Boundaries Commission. That they are talking about, should the government dissolve parliament? Should parliament be dissolved? You see these conversations, should the parliament be dissolved? What happens? They are saying they are ready to undertake elections. But so most likely, if it is dissolved, the members of parliament will go to the private sector, the policy makers. So we need to make good policies and informed policies, because at the end of the day, we are all private sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Makofi. Thank you. Before you go, Madam Agatha, the reason why I've really overused Madam, ladies, you have a mentor here. The language, sense of occasion in dressing, preparedness, and confidence. So thank you, Madam. Really a good light to all of us. Thank you. Makofi tena kwake na poketi. Thank you. I want to keep to my promise, Waziri. You are a very gracious man. You are, in fact, it is true you are not a Luo, because a Luo minister would have been sitting on the edge and saying, I want to say something now. Yes, but you have been so gracious, and that is so good of you. And we want to invite you now to come and give us some highlights. Please also, as you do that, if you could also help us to see how do we deal with this tension between county and national government policy space, which keeps emerging, although Schedule 4 is helping us, but it keeps emerging. And please know, sir, that our commitment to the top layer of the food lies in your hands. So as we make your remarks, pay attention to that. Karibu sana. Tumpe makofi tafadhali napokuja. Thank you, Zib.
Thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity I've been given. I want to start by giving again my name. It's Francis Mirengo. I am the one in charge of agriculture, livestock and fisheries in Nyandarua County, and I'm grateful. I've had contributions from teams from my county, and that is good. It is true, yes, there is that issue of tension or misalignment between what happens at the county and what happens at the national government. But I would say that most of these things are actually progressive. We may be where we are currently, but we are not where we were. We are moving forward. Those who are there when devolution was being created will attest to the fact that there was serious confusion. My sister here, Waziri Agatha, was actually the first CEC of agriculture in my county, looking at where they were then and where we are in a totally different space. And a lot has happened. We are moving forward so that clarity is being defined every day. I am inspired by countries like the US, 200 years old, but still making laws that continuously define different levels of government. We are only, this is actually our third term, which is about 13 years since devolution started. I would actually encourage us to continue speaking, to continue talking, because it is by talking that we continue to define what needs to be done where. So there are lots of laws, there are lots of policies that needs to be developed, but it is by continuing talking that we continue to make ourselves better. But I wanted to say something also as a remark that unlike how things have always been, the Constitution of Kenya envisaged a situation where every created legal provision is participatory. It is not anymore a preserve of, let's say, the government or a certain section of leadership to generate or to develop laws. Laws, policies are actually supposed to be created in a participatory way. And where, it is defined that, those who are in government are the policy makers. I think that's an older version of looking at things, because the Constitution demands that everything that is passed as law, whether it is at a policy level or at the level of an act, whatever that is passed as law to guide and to govern the people, there has to be public participation. Our biggest challenge has been, how have we consistently engaged all of us, the citizenry of this nation? There's still a lot of, inertia, so to speak, that we have a lot of our past in our minds and in our actions, that we are not able to respond quickly and fast to the demands of the Constitution, so that at every level of decision making, you and me need to be part of it. And I want, for example, and I remember my colleague here had said something about the budget making process. And it's a whole process. Like, for example, right now as we talk, we are at the level of what is called the Annual Development Plan, which is an offshoot of, the CIDP, the County Integrated Development Plan. The whole process will continue on. We are looking at 2026, 2027. How do you and me come in at every, step, so that whatever you need to be considered, or whatever needs to be considered, is actually included in, the whole process. It is not something that will be defined in, one day, but I am sure it is coming. And my take would be that even as we have defined that there has to be public participation, we continue on to qualify, and I am sure by law quite a number of rulings have been made qualifying what public participation is. We now implement that, so that it's not just an issue of sensitization. It's not an issue of informing the public or informing everybody. It is an issue of you as a citizen putting forward what you think should be the consideration in any policy development, and ensuring that what you have said is actually included in that. Another thing that I also wanted to say is, what is the place of technology? We are in a very exciting time, what I would call an inflection point, where most of government is actually older. And the reason why I'm saying it's older is because those who are in very serious decision-making positions are actually as a result of promotion by experience. When you're in government, you work, the longer you work, the more you get promoted up. And so there is a lot about the past that is with us. I'm also in that category. But in real sense, we have been overtaken by many things with the advance of technology, so that most of the things that needs to be decided on are not necessarily going to be based on that story of what we already know. I think we need to bring on board, and we must be honest with ourselves, that decisions must be done not on the basis of the experience, but on the basis of, with the assistance of technology. where are we? Most of the people in government, I would define those who are the decision-making point, I would define them maybe as digital immigrants. They have come in and found, where digitization and digital space is happening. They are learning. But most of the people who are driving us, the Gen Zs and those who need to be considered in this space are actually, I would say, residents, digital residents. They are there. They have learned. Everything. By the time you actually bring an issue, it's already stale. They already have learned about it. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves and advance that quickly. But I also want to say that the aspect of advancing commerce and industry is actually a private sector thing. We need to push, as our sister here has said, we need to give space to the private sector to drive that process. When somebody mentioned about Nyandarua County, bringing on board, the aspect of pyrethrum farming and all that, honestly, that's not our space. Even if you see government doing something to create, interest, that is usually for purposes of, influencing the private sector to take it up from there. Because private sector drives commerce and industry. Governments are supposed to create the neighboring environment so that the private sector can thrive. I think with that, I would say this conversation should continue, Prof. My only hope is that we will actually have this thing moved on to the COG. We need to discuss it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Thank you very much. Members, I will not get a privilege to come to this podium again because I've now exhausted my airtime. And now I want to invite Balozi to come and wrap up this session and guide us on food and closure after food. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Appreciate our brother Steve again. Let us appreciate him. He has led us well through the various sessions that we have had, and also we appreciate our leaders from counties. Agatha, we appreciate, you are very bold in speaking about these important issues, and that's the way it should be, that we should really say what it is and what we should do to make things better for our country, and especially for our youth. Now, you made a statement that is confusing. I thought we had agreed that we'll complete this program before we go for lunch. I thought that was a better suggestion, isn't it? Tukimaliza hapa tuende kabisa, si ndio? So we can sacrifice a little more so that when we finish, tuende tule lunch, tuende tuchipange, wale tunalala tuchipange vile tutalala hapa, wale watataka kwenda wako karibu waweze kusafiri. So we're going to now the last stage that was supposed to be done after lunch, evaluation. I'm calling upon Collins. Collins, you are supposed to say something in order to tackle the issue of evaluation, which actually should take the least time possible, and we are saying below 10 minutes. Then we move on to the way forward. Karibu.
Okay, I had shared the link with most of you. Wangapi hawana link, they can scan from my phone. Okay.
When it's done digitally, it's done faster, isn't it? So we hope it just to be push the button and it's done. You can also check your emails. There is Wi-Fi. You can get into your emails. I'm trying also to access mine and see if it's there. Check your email also. I've seen it in my email. And you share the feedback. You should take the shortest time possible to share the feedback. I'm also doing the same. Are we done? Once it is done, isn't it? Yeah? You hit done. You hit done, it's done. Okay. Everyone is done? Okay. If I'm done, I think everyone should be done. Now, we move to the next. I'll call upon the executive director, Mr. Dame, to come forward and give us a way forward. Karibu, the executive director. Thank you.
I'll take a very brief moment. One is to register my appreciation for responding to our call to action, and also being very patient, very engaging in the 3-day deliberations. We'll continue engaging. There are 9 areas which I would want us to agree that we are going to move forward. 1, we undertake that we will strengthen the policy and the legal framework by having policies which are youth-friendly. 2, that we'll use evidence-informed policy making and the decisions that will promote digital platform and integration in order to involve the youth who are involved in the value chains. That will invest into the infrastructure that youth will use in the value chain, that will foster entrepreneurship among youth-led initiatives, that will help youth to access to finance, that will mainstream youth and gender in our programming, that will have effective or robust M&E to track progress, and that will enhance partnership and collaboration both at county and the national level, and also among various actors, which has been emphasized by ASNET. So those are our 9 resolutions. As many as we are, let me hear your voice. As many as you are, say yes. As many as you are, say nay. So the yes have it. So Basically, as we move forward with our partnership, remember you are now members of Utafiti Sera House. As we continue engaging with the PASGA and the other actors, remember you are very, very strong members who are now well informed to move forward this agenda of youth empowerment. And with those very many words, I thank you very much and I wish you well.
Thank you, Director, for being very brief. Thank you. We're almost at tail end. I will call upon Mr. Lusweti Charles to make a final remarks, as you are the representative of the relevant ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture. You're also representing the Agriculture Secretary, before we can do a vote of thanks. Welcome, Bwana Lusweti.
So thank you once again for this great moment, and just recognizing everyone who has sat through this process, the participation that has been into this noble forum. A lot of my seniors here working through the system. I'm sure they are great mentors that I really want to acknowledge. And all of us, the youth represented, and the drivers of all this dialogue, I really want to appreciate the moment that we've shared up to now. Just to wrap it up, I think a lot has been said, and what I want to say on behalf of the ministry is that there is commitment to these processes. Everything starts from somewhere, and the progress that needs to be made is what really counts, and therefore we are in the right direction towards meeting all the aspirations that we have, because we are all working for the same government. We are all working for the same population of our farmers, of our youth, and the entire society that we represent. And so this is timely that we have these conversations. We have this co-creation, as you know, put throughout the dialogues that we've had. And I'm telling you, this is what the aspiration is, looking at what we have entered into in terms of the talk now, the food systems transformation agenda, putting key pathways in terms of meeting the requirements or delivering on the sustainable development goals by 2030. We'll find that under this framework, then we are talking of 5 pathways, and I'll just say that the first one is being, evidence is already here about youth and women inclusion in agriculture. And as we've sat here, we have seen that being displayed, having the voice of the youth put at the table, where decisions are made and how they impact also on the decisions that they get into. Skipping all the other 3, then there is a pathway that we talk about partnerships and financing the agri-food systems. And this is what we are doing here, the collaboration, the coming together, because as entities, we cannot do it alone. We have to incorporate every other entity's advantage to all work towards the same goal. And I'm sure if this is practiced along the very many avenues that we undertake, then we'll be headed in the right direction in delivering this country in terms of achieving its development goals, and also just creating that environment that sees economic improvement and livelihoods kind of also upgrading. And so I'll not say beyond that because we are counting on time also, but just urge every one of us as we retreat back to our areas of, action, then we have a big role again to play in terms of having this momentum put in place, maintained, so that we count milestones. As you've put it in the declarations that we've voted here, by virtue of our way forward, the M&E, the tracking of what we've put in place and seeing how that translates to the various results will be critical in terms of informing us on how far we are moving in making the required steps of developing this country. So I really appreciate this moment, and I thank you for the organization and the invitation of having us all here to have this dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Makofi. Now, I would like to call upon Kabe to come forward and make or give a vote of thanks on behalf of the organization. Then we'll have Pascal crowning it all together.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Kabe, I would like to appreciate each and every one of us for honoring our invitation to this convening. Part of it was on short notice, and thank you for honoring our invitation. We are really glad to have you on this forum, and we appreciate your contributions, and we hope that you're going to continue to be members of Utafiti Serai Youth Employment Creation House. We are privileged to have you on board, and I believe today we have grown, the house is growing bigger, and the house husband can attest to that the house is growing bigger and better. Thank you very much for the youth. I really want to give it a round of applause. Let's give it a round of applause for the youth. Thank you very much for demonstrating that you are bankable, your investments are viable, and people can trust you and they can invest in you. And I hope that all the partners represented here and stakeholders are going to invest in the youth who are here and even beyond. We hope that you're going to hold their hands, you're going to mentor them, and we promise that we are going to be part of your growth. Kabe is committed to be part of your growth in the next steps. We really want to thank the various participants from all the counties, the state ministries, the private sector, and all other arms from the government, from every angle. We really want to be grateful. We are really grateful for your participation in this, and you have spent your quality time to contribute to these ideas, and we don't take it for granted. And I hope in the process you have also picked something that you can pursue in your area of expertise or where you work. So we look forward to also being invited to your forums to contribute evidence that we have gathered from this house. We really want to thank the facilitator, Ambassador Dr. Bosire, for your good facilitation skills and keeping us alive. We are more than grateful. Want to thank the rapporteur, Dennis Simba. He has all been quiet. She seated at the back with a pink shirt. So if your views are not taken into our report, you will blame Dennis Simba, but we appreciate your work. We want to appreciate the media team, for making this technology work, and we are really, really grateful. Thank you, media team, for doing a fantastic job. And you can see the young people are contributing to this is evidence and making us visible. So thank you, the young people, for also contributing to making us visible. And I know we have been sharing links and photos outside there about this work. Thank you, media team. Really want to thank the hotel. I know it may not be here, but then we really want to thank the hotel for hosting us and for making us comfortable. And in case you have any inquiries, there's always someone at the reception who will be able to attend to your issues. Asante sana, and on behalf of the Center for African Entrepreneurship, would like to thank the our collaborative partner, the Partnership for African and Social and Governance Research, PASGAR, for enabling us to be able to put up this house and to be part of the change in youth employment creation in agriculture and agro-processing. Let's remain youth and youthful. God bless you, and as you go home, may God bless you. Thank you.
Makofi tena, hatutaenda ya kilo ya KANU. Sasa tuko karibu na mwisho. But I wanted to say something as Lucy was speaking. You know, the dreams, your dreams, the young people here, their dreams and visions is what will deliver the Kenya we want. A prosperous country. A country as a giant trading in Africa, delivering what AU calls the Africa we want. I'm very happy that you've been here and you have done fantastic display of what you are capable of doing. And I hope with the support of everyone here, you shall deliver for this country and for the larger continent of Africa. So we encourage you to continue. Thank you very much. Finally, PASGA, represented by Jim Kakech, will give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ambassador Richard Bosire. Let me start with one thing before I give a vote of thanks. I always struggle when we do program, and especially on the last day, and trying to end the program at 3 or 2. Because one, my finance team always ask me, when we are doing our events in Naivasha, Nakuru, Machakos, when you release people at 3 or 2, they are likely to go, but you will still give them DSA for dinner. So as DSA is for dinner, meaning you are spending in the hotel. But I always justify that time is to allow them to network so that they get to understand the live experience from where they are. So please, I'm saying this because as we leave, we go for lunch. Let us not go home if it is not a must. Because when hotel bring us the bill, that 20% of us went at that time, or on Thursday, and we had given them DSA, next time they will not allow me to have our program ends at 3 or 2 for our network. They will say, let us end evening yesterday so that people go. So please, we are ending it quite early so that we network. We get to know Nakuru. For those who don't know Nakuru, we get to understand how Nakuru is. We get to network. Let us please try and spend. We have paid for us to spend here. Unless you do not want, it is something has come up that you have to. Sawa sawa. With that, allow me to thank you all for this great opportunity you have accorded us. Struggling to have a program of running for 3 days is not easy. Sometimes my people tell me that maybe you're putting it for 2 days so that people eat DSA. But it is not the case. You have seen how the program was congested. So we always try that at least when we are here with you for 3 days, we also get to understand what you want to improve us as well. I'm so happy for your feedback on our Tufiti Sera model. It was really, really what we expected. We are still rejigging it, and we hope that with your input, it will be a better model for us. It is not only for Pasga. We want it to be Kenyan-owned. Then take it to Africa. Anytime we get time to travel outside and say utafiti sera, you will start saying it's a Swahili word, it's what. They sometimes ask us, why can't we also localize it into our languages? But we don't want that. We want it to remain utafiti sera for Kenya and for Africa. Thank you so much for your input on it. I want to thank Dr. Ambassador Bosire for moderating. This is the first time I'm meeting him in a workshop where we interact after I left the university where he supervised me. And he has amazed me with how he has moderated. Let's give a round of applause to Ambassador Dr. Bosire. Asante sana Balozi. We appreciate the work you have done. At PASGA, we would want to nurture this and continue collaborating with you, even in other houses. We already have 4 houses in Utafiti Sera, and we would want also to rope you, because we have seen your moderating skills is what we really value, and we want this partnership to continue beyond this workshop. Thank you so much, our Honorable Eric Wafuko. Eric has always been working with us. Please, let's clap for Wafuko. Thank you so much. We are happy that now you are playing in international scale. Please don't leave us. Also try to ensure that you remember PASGA, you remember Kabe, you remember Utafiti Sera. Let's also give thanks, a round of applause to Lusweti, who I'm again meeting for the second time. Please, let's give a round of applause. He's one government official that anytime we reach out to him, even when he is so busy, he will always create time for us. Thank you so much, Bwana Lusweti. I will not forget Agatha. In fact, it is today when I am told, I didn't know, that you are also former CEC. Thank you so much, Agatha, for always being part of Kabe and PASGA. Please give a round of applause. And of course, our CEC, who has also been with us. I know our other CEC has gone, but let's give a round of applause to. I might not thank everyone enough and clap for them all. Let me crown it with Dr. Steve. Steve, stand. And let's thank Steve for the job that he has done. Anytime we talk of Utafiti Sera, he's one of the Utafiti Sera guru. And I always try to tag him in all the Utafiti Sera events. For all of us, the youths, for those I've not mentioned by names, please don't feel offended. We are so grateful. We are so happy that you took your time. We don't take it for granted. We really value all what you have contributed. And we want to say a big thank you to all of us. We are going to the next phase of this work. This phase was phase 4, which has ended. We are just waiting for few deliverables. Then we are planning to continue to phase 2, which should start in October. We are trusting that all the members of the House will still be involved in this journey for the next phase, which will go for another 2 years. We have had all your views. We are going to try and do it a little bit differently this phase, but we will still involve all of us. For those few remarks, I want to say thank you for your journey, masses. As you go home, please travel safe, keep engaging, keep the collaborations, and keep the partnership alive. Thank you so much.
The logistic officer is not here, but in the same way we did yesterday, we'll disburse 1-day dinner and also transport
He identified himself as the chaplain. Come, chaplain. Did he say chaplaincy? I thought he said he's the chaplain next to the bishop. So you crown it with the word of prayer for the food and for our separation, temporary separation. You know, we might be meeting in the evening somewhere.
Thank you, Balozi. May we stand for a word of prayer? Almighty God, we thank you for being present among us, for pulling us together at the house and giving us a vision of social transformation, building a food system that can build our democracy, can strengthen our health, and most important, expand social justice. We pray that you bless so much Pasgar and Kabe for having invested a lot in bringing us together, and to each of us individually. We also pray that you bless us as we finish the sessions, as we go for lunch, that you may bless us, that through it you may get energy to serve you. And then tomorrow, as we disembark to go to our various destinations, you accompany us and walk with us and keep us as one family, as one community of practice. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. There is also tea at 4. You can come and take your tea at 4. Yeah. So we are not done yet. There is tea at 4. Thank you very much. And God bless you as you go home, as you stay around.